Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are live at the College of Education Audiovisual Media Center, Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, and you are now attending to a webinar on physical education curriculum standards, designs, and strategies for higher education institutions and Department of Education during the new normal. My name is Leo Santillana, and I'm sharing the screen with my co-hosts, Assistant Professor Darton A. Pero. We are very delighted because we are graced by 4 equally competent speakers who will give us insights on curriculum planning, development, implementation, and evaluation in the new normal. Guidelines for higher education institution in the implementation of flexible learning, curriculum standards, designs, and strategies for higher education institutions, and physical education standards, designs, strategies for Department of Education during the new normal. Shout out to our dear participants, both teachers and students, who are tuning in to our webinar right now from various private and public schools or institutions, state universities, state colleges, military school, all the way from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This is happening because of the overwhelming positive response on the previous webinar series we have initiated last September, that we are inspired and motivated to share with you avenues to avail of different activities and or trainings for your professional development, specifically in the field of physical education. We cannot thank you enough for that, dear participants. Before we formally start, let me remind you that the attendance link is already reflected on YouTube Live and Zoom meeting chat box. Later, you will be given the opportunity to raise questions related to the presented topic from our esteemed speakers. You may raise your queries by commenting on the comment section and chat box of the said platforms. Please note that as much as we would like to entertain all questions, we cannot do so due to time constraint. So as soon as we end this activity, we will also give you time to evaluate our activity to help us improve in organizing activities such as this in the future. Your comments, suggestions, and recommendations will be of great help. Please key in your full name in the attendance and evaluation forms, for these will be the basis for the giving of a certificate. At this point, may I request everyone to pause for a while for the singing of our national anthem, followed by an invocation.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, kaya sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y bumay. Lupang binirang, kuya ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigiw, sa nagadak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo bagaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamay.
Nawa'y maging gabay saan man magtungo tuwing nalulumbay ginhawa ng puso itong aming dasal kapag naliligaw kami akayin mo sa landas na wasto kung saan patungo sa iyo ang among pag-ampo o Diyos dungga kami sa mata kayo ikaw ang kahayag let this be our prayer when we lose our way samtang naapami kami akayin mo give us faith so we'll be saved manalangin namin kami ay papalagi na kahit sa dilim nawa'y makita liwanag ng pag-ibig mo dakila at di na mawalay sa iyong gabay. O Diyos, aming hiling, we ask that light bigay, yapang daigdig, kami alagaran, ang buhay na lagi sa imo kasali, puspos ng iyong pag-ibig, hanggang sa dulo, aming panalangin, among pag-ampo, tulad ng isang paslit, just like every child. Ang napapamin, kami akayin mo. Give us faith so we'll be saved. Ang nasa mundo, kami akayin mo. Kung saan patungo sa iyo.
To formally open this activity, let us hear a message from the MSU-IIT Vice Chancellor for Student Services, Professor Dr. Marijoy D. Banawa.
Okay. Greetings of peace and good health to one and all from MSU-IIT. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Maayong buntag sa tanan. Good morning. As part of top management and a representative of our Chancellor for this activity, I can't help but express on how proud I am that MSU-IIT has very dedicated and excellent mentors like the faculty members of the physical education of the College of Education, who always keep on improving, enhancing, and equipping in their chosen field or discipline. Now that we are in the so-called new normal, harmonizing the curriculum standards, design, and strategies of physical education as a discipline, both in higher education and in the Department of Education, is indeed very timely. These two institutions are the future working place, but not limited to our graduates, paving the way to make our students be more prepared in the future. Then this webinar is more than fitting. On behalf of our Chancellor, Dr. Socarno Di Tanggol, I want to thank the hardworking men and women behind this endeavor, and further expressing our gratitude to all resource speakers. To all participants, I warmly welcome you all to this webinar. I hope that this activity will be more engaging and beneficial to all of you. Stay safe as always and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banawa, for that warm welcome. And now, to present to us the statement of purpose, let us hear from our Department Coordinator for Master of Science in Physical Education, Associate Professor Cherlita C. Kudal.
Hello. A blessed day to everyone. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're heard.
Okay. A blessed day to everyone. On today's webinar, the objectives are the following. First, to present the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology curriculum planning, development, implementation, and evaluation adapted for the new normal. Second, to be oriented with the curricular statutory guidelines in the implementation of flexible learning in the higher education institutions. Third, to comprehend the physical education curriculum standards, designs, and strategies for higher education institutions and Department of Education during the new normal. Fourth, to utilize relevant and realistic physical education activities in the design curriculum and programs as potent engine in the sustainability of quality education under the new normal of teaching in the HEIs and DepEd. And lastly, to comply the mandate of the College of Education of Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology as a center of excellence for teacher education program to spearhead webinars, training for physical education to benefit HEIs, DepEd, and other stakeholders in the region and the country as a whole during this new normal of teaching and learning. Thank you for joining this webinar and a warm welcome from Department of Physical Education, College of Education, MSU-IIT.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Sherlita C. Codal. Now, I have the honor to introduce to you our first speaker to talk about the curriculum planning, development, implementation, and evaluation in the new normal is one of the faculty members of the Department of Physical Education, College of Education of the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. She earned her bachelor's degree and master's degree in physical education at Mindanao State University, Marawi City. She also finished Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management at Capital University, Cagayan de Oro City. She was awarded with the Institute as Magpuno Awardee in 2018. She is currently the chairman of the Curriculum Committee of the College of Education and has been serving the committee for more than 10 fruitful years. She is also the project leader of this webinar. Please help me welcome Professor Dr. Corazon T. Biong.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sir Leo. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. I am delighted to be part of this webinar on physical education curriculum standards, designs, and strategies for higher education and the Department of Education during this new normal. This undertaking, I believe, is very relevant and very timely for all of us teaching physical education in all levels of learning in the country. As a backgrounder of my topic, as you can see on the screen, which is curriculum planning, development, implementation, and evaluation under the new normal, I would like to underscore first our country's current educational situation, which shows that our schools, universities, and other institutions of learning are still greatly affected by this COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. And to control the widespread contamination of the virus, our schools are still temporarily closed, and therefore both learners and teachers are still required to continue their teaching and learning activities at home. And during this state of emergency, a paradigm shift was necessary. It was indispensably necessary. Our country's educational system and its leaders had adopted the appropriate delivery of learning to continue with their mandates under the new normal. Various innovative teaching and learning strategies were actually considered and also been implemented to include both online and offline modalities and platforms of learning. Options such as virtual, face-to-face, blended learning. We also have homeschools, and other practical doable modes of implementation to suit to the local context and just to ensure, and of course, the diversity of learners were considered, and just to ensure that there is quality education during this time. Now, in the university where I am currently connected, the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, Iligan City, we also had immediately responded and adopted measures in order to be responsive to the needed inevitable change of the situation by revising our syllabus or syllabi and its delivery to fit to the new normal way of this teaching learning period of time. So we had conducted a series of webinars to continue with our mandate as an institution of higher learning. This morning, I will be sharing our practical experiences on how we planned, developed, and implemented our physical, and evaluated, of course, our physical education curricula. And as I discuss the curriculum concepts, I will be using the curriculum model of Ralph Tyler as shown on the screen. Now, this is the system view of curriculum by Ralph Tyler. As you can see in here, using this model, at the topmost circular, this one, circular figure of this diagram, we identify our curriculum, or we review our curricular objectives anchoring from CHED memorandum orders and from our institutional vision, mission goals, objectives, and our core values as well. Then this is followed by the selection and organization of the curricular contents. Here, the strategies employed in the curriculum implemented for this new normal way of learning, in which MSU-IIT had adopted this INFLEX, or innovative flexible learning modality, to adjust to the current situation. Now, and then to the left is, then this is actually the last part of the cycle, actually is evaluation or assessment. This is to make sure that the curriculum objectives are met. Then as you can see, this cycle goes on and on and on and on. This is because this is part of being dynamic and updated with the current trends and development of programs. So as shown in this process, look at this, at the center of this model, the ultimate goal is still to produce an ideal IITian, MSU-IITian graduate imbued with the expected positive attributes, competencies, habits, skills, values, and ideals, which are actually stipulated in our vision, mission, goals, and objectives, and our core values. Now, in the next slide, this shows how our institution develops and plans our programs. As you can see in here, in our curriculum planning, to attain quality assurance, we are guided with CHED Memorandum Order number 46, series of 2012, otherwise known as Policy Standard to Enhance Quality Assurance, or QA, in Philippine higher education through an outcomes-based and typology-based quality assurance. Now, in terms of typology for quality assurance, we are a university. And as a university, we continue to contribute to nation building by producing experts, by producing knowledge and technological innovations that can be resources for long-term development processes in a globalized context. Now, in terms of vertical classification, we are actually an autonomous HEI, and being an autonomous HEI, we have actually substantial proportion of accredited programs with colleges and departments in the institute awarded by CHED as centers of excellence and or development. And just recently, I think March 30, during the ISO audit closing meeting, we were recommended for ISO 9001-2015 certification. Now, next on the screen shows the outcomes-based framework for higher education, or this is the quality assurance framework. Now, this outcomes-based framework, as you can see, is our guide in our quality assurance. In this internal quality assurance system model, it begins with it begins with our identity as an autonomous university. In our planning, implementation, review, and enhancement of our programs, we actually follow this cycle: the plan or develop, the do or the implement, the check or the assess, the act or transform. This actually is what we call the PDA cycle or the deeming cycle. This is applied in our institution. We translate our vision at the top part of this model or figure. Our vision, we translate them into desired learning outcomes here in this box. And then we establish the proper learning environment. This is the implementation of the teaching learning systems as well as support processes and procedures in here. Then we review against the performance indicators and standards defined in the assessment system here. And then after the assessment, we enhance our programs and systems. Now, as you can see inside the cycle, you can see here CHED. The role of CHED is to oversee a rational and cohesive system that promotes quality according to our typology. Then outside, look at the left side. We have here accreditation, and at the right side, certification. So that's the outside part of the cycle. We can see that the quality assurance are actually carried out. This is with the help of the external agencies of accreditation and certification like CHED, AACUP, ISO, and other external bodies to grant us, for example, in the College of Education, we are level 4. Our programs are all level 4 accredited. That's why we are Center of Excellence, and as well as we have ISO already have issued that ISO 9001-2015 certification. Now, to translate that figure I presented just a while ago, we define our outcomes in our context. As you can see in here, we have vertical and horizontal alignments. Now, in this figure, I'm showing to you how we define our learning or desired learning outcomes according to our context. At the topmost here, the topmost part of this inverted pyramidal model are our vision, mission, goals, which also reflect the Philippine higher education philosophy. And look at this arrow down there, going down. And this will also realize this. This is how we realize our vision, mission, goals of education in this next part. This actually includes not only our vision, mission, goals, but also our institutional core values, such as accountability, commitment, excellence, transparency, integrity, teamwork, and participation. These are actually our the core values and the institutional philosophy. Now, these core values are actually manifested in our graduates. We call these graduate attributes. Our graduates are expected to be leaders, innovators. They are excellent, peace-loving, gender-sensitive, and environmentally responsible. Now, As you can see in here, from the top to the next part, actually are our vision, all this, having this vertical alignment, and all this, our vision, mission, goals, our core values, our graduate attributes here, these are merged into our program outcomes here, where our CHED, PSGs, or policy standards and guidelines, especially for our BPED, Bachelor of Physical Education, we anchored it upon CHED Memorandum, Order number 80, series of 2017. We also had considered Philippine professional standards for teachers because our graduates are employed in DepEd, having DepEd Order number 42, series of 2017. Then, narrowing down to the course outcomes. This is actually cascading to the course outcomes, then to the unit outcomes, and to the lesson, lastly to the lesson outcomes. Now, I am going to show to you briefly, quickly, in this next slide. I am showing to you here my sample SPIRT 204 inflexible syllabus using John Biggs model of constructive alignment in the curriculum. So the following are the contents: the VMGOs, the core values, we have the graduate attributes, the course description, learning culminating outcomes, and the curriculum mapping. Anyway, if you, in the next activity that or webinar that we will have, I will, if requested, I will teach you, help you create your syllabus for the inflex period, no? Or during this period of pandemic, using this Biggs model of creating this one, this your syllabus. Now, the next, following Tyler's model, in the next slide, I'm showing to you how we select or choose the contents of our activities and strategies utilized specifically in our basic physical education courses during the new normal and of teaching and learning. So in here, you can see in here that we are compliant. All the activities that we offer, both actually in the undergrad and the basic, the undergrad and the graduate programs, are compliant with CHED and DepEd memorandum orders and qualification framework, or PQF 6 and 7. 6 for the undergrad, 7 for the masteral. I have stated in here, reflected in here, the typology that we have by CHED Memorandum Order number 46, series of 2012. For BPED, as our program, we have CMO number 80, series of 2017 rather. And then for our graduate program, which is we are revising now our graduate program. We based it on CHED Memorandum Order number 15, series of 2019. And we also had considered CHED Memorandum Order number 4, series of 2020, flexible learning for this COVID-19. And since because we have a laboratory school, we call this Integrated Developmental High School, we also had considered DepEd Order number 12, series of 2020, otherwise known as Adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for school year 2020-2021 in the light of the COVID-19 public health emergency. Now down the screen, the slide, you can see the 10 flags. These are the 10 flags of the members of the ASEAN regions. Now, following these orders up there, and of course the PQFs, we demonstrate that the achievement of our outcomes matches actually with international norms. In the advent of the ASEAN economic integration, we equip our students and our graduates with highly specialized skills and competencies for the 21st century to make them globally competitive. We are into internationalization. and being a member of the ASEAN Council of Physical Education and Sports, or ACPES, and other ASEAN academic institutions like, for example, ICER or IAM-STEM. So we are a member of this in the College of Education. We benchmark, we have research collaborations with partner universities for both our faculty and students. We share our best practices and we learn new theories of learning with other universities in the ASEAN region through our student faculty exchange program. And for the information of our dear participants, we are level 4 accredited, and our graduate program, which is Master of Science in Physical Education, is level 1 accredited. Next, consideration for our activities. We observe and comply strictly the World Health Organization, the Department of Health, and the Interagency Task Force protocols. So we observe this one, like, for example, social distancing, wearing of masks, prohibition of mass gatherings, and no physical contacts to ensure that we ensure the safety of both our teachers and students. Recommended activities are individual sports and physical activities. And of course, if there are dual sports, it's very limited. Now, team sports and other multi-contact sports are very much discouraged for this time. Third, our activities can be taught, performed, and evaluated using the digital platforms. As you can see on the screen, they can be taught. For example, in teaching the basic exercise routine, the teacher can use the pre-recorded instructional videos. Then the students will be given time to practice and rehearse individually, and they are also to be evaluated through their pre-recorded videos or live webinars for immediate feedbacking of their performance or performances. Fourth, they promote our activities, promote physical fitness and overall wellness to circumvent the devastating effects of isolation and quarantine. Last March, when COVID-19 was started, we sent our students to their hometowns. So their places were either in GCQ or in ECQ or in MSU. So it is expected that they are isolated or quarantined at home. So number 5 consideration is this, that the activities that we introduce in our curriculum are learner-centered and contextual. So we let our students create their own repertoire of exercise routine, which actually are convenient in their hometowns to promote also carry over participation of exercise throughout their lifespan if COVID-19 will not stop 3 years from now. So we made use of, or we employed Jerome Bruner's constructivism theory. This is our philosophical framework or support in our activities. Now 6, the activities are performed individually. Although performed individually, but this will promote collaboration through the use of technology that enables synchronization of their performances. Students perform at home individually, but through the use of video editing, they can submit exercises or sports or dance performances showing that they are simultaneously collaborating in the activities or the tasks. Next, because they are sent home, as you can see on the screen, to sustain the interest of the learners throughout the enjoyable activities, they can perform their activities in their open fields with their families. But because after we teach them the basics, they are given the freedom to do the activities, especially the physical dexterities. 8, activities are doable and feasible to the learners. For example, if they are in their provinces, they can make use of their open spaces like this because they can innovate their activities to suit their capabilities and their localities. We actually do not require our students or learners impossible performances during this pandemic. And very importantly, because our physical education as a subject is or will involve strenuous physical exertion. So this can be very dangerous if we do not give them the safety precautions. So the activities are given to them which can be performed safely and realistically, because we have to emphasize the safety precautions because during the asynchronous learning we have no control or supervision during, we have less or no supervision during this time of asynchronous learning. And last but not the least, of course, is the facilities and equipment are environmentally and locally available. For example, on the screen, if in the cities where they are located, there are tennis courts or badminton courts, they can participate also in these activities, provided that facilities and equipment are readily and environmentally and locally available. Now, in terms of the methods and strategies of implementation, as I have told you, we use the INFLEX or innovative flexible learning teaching modality. Now, this is the modality that our institution is adopting during this pandemic. Faculty have the freedom to innovate e-learning for their instructions to suit to the nature of our students. They are classified whether they have high, they are also classified whether they have very high connectivities or low connectivities or no connectivities at all. That's why we also have to use RTL or remote teaching learning, synchronous and asynchronous delivery. And during the synchronous delivery, we, the teachers, will give instructions and demonstrations to students. And during the asynchronous delivery, the students master and acquire the skills of the lesson at their own time, pace, and space. Third, we have this learning environment. We call this MSU-IIT Online Learning Environment, or MOLE. We call this MOLE. Here in the MOLE, we can have our course in design, incorporating actually all our lectures, collaborations, online activities, and assessments. Our MOLE is actually our repository of our e-learning materials and or resources. Also, the students can communicate and collaborate through this platform to their classmates, to us teachers. It is also embedded in here, all our Google applications utilized in our virtual classroom. Fourth, no, not yet. This is our MOLE application, by the way, for Android and iOS for mobile phones. Students actually who have no laptops with only mobile phones can download our MOLE application at Google Play Store. Now, fourth is we teachers, we can have pre-recorded instructional videos for the students to follow. And then students can also do the same. They can also have individual group recorded performances utilizing technology. Then we also have utilized OER, Open Educational Resources, making use of open educational resources such as ebooks, e-library for videos, theories, and practical information. Now, we have our own e-library or e-brary subscription where our students can freely access online books and journals. Now, we have also websites and other online resources for learning. This one is another strategy, the virtual forum. We are all smiling here. The teacher will readily prepare the process, the questions for developing the critical thinking skills also of the students. The students are also given the opportunities to express their opinions regarding their experiences in a given physical task, physical education tasks and performances. We also have our Zoom account and Google Meet account. Then we also have this printed module, learning packets. I'm showing to you my a module, a learning packet in my Sphere 204. Now, this printed module were sent via courier for those students who do not have access or connectivity. But I am just very fortunate because my students have connectivity. So therefore, they just view this in the mole. For those students who really do not have internet access or connectivity, there is a pick-up point, especially in our entrance of the university. They get their learning packets. Our institution actually paid for the expenses for the shipping fee, then the student will send it back to them. Then the teachers can also contact them via voice call, tawag ng tawag, or text messaging. Then another one, this is very important because this is the outcomes-based model for the alignment of the curriculum by John Biggs. No? As you can see in here, in this model, the intended learning outcomes of the curriculum, the assessment, and the teaching and learning activities were aligned, very much aligned. Then, of course, we used rubrics because we are in physical education. It's really very challenging because we have to use rubrics, checklists for psychomotor performances and for the activity outputs also of our students. And then we also have made use of teacher-made and pencil test online. And then we have also authentic assessment strategies and tools. As you can see on the screen, we observe their performances and then other alternative assessments. For example, narrative reports or journals. This is especially required to our students who are considered special cases. These are students who are physically challenged and suffering from mild disabilities who cannot really perform the strenuous activities. For example, adapted PE. We provide them the link for them to view the physical activity required in the syllabus, and then they will be critiquing and making the reflective summarization of the video presented. And then look at this one. This is my student Gia. This is my practice teaching portfolio. This is another electronic portfolio for other alternative assessment. I require this actually because this is part of the requirement of CHED and part of my syllabus. And then last but not the least maybe is other alternative assessments like case studies, action researches. These are all required. All these can be required in the subjects where data is needed, especially as a baseline information for the program to be created. So I think I have elaborately discussed my topic. And so as a closing statement, I would like to say to all of you that the curriculum policies, standards, and guidelines set by the government are basically the same. And the ones that we are actually implementing. However, because of this pandemic, the difference lies in the stages, or the strategies of implementation we adapted to fit, of course, to the new normal way of the teaching learning process in our institution. And so again, we use the inflex or innovative flexible learning modality. With this, I would like to say thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, everyone. And God bless us all. Have a wonderful day.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Dr. Corazon T. Biong. So, yes, indeed, Dr. Biong has presented to us or gave us the glimpse of how we initiate the teaching and learning experience here in MSU-IIT, specifically in the field of physical education. So at this point, we are now ready to entertain questions from the participants. And Dr. Corazon Byong is on standby to answer your queries. All right, so we are looking at the questions from the Google Drive. Refresh. All right, so we have a question here from Zoom Live. Dr. Byong, question po. How can we assess the students' performances, especially in psychomotor, through modular distance learning using printed modules? Thank you po.
We can actually evaluate their performances using the rubrics. The rubrics actually are incorporated in our modules. So the students are very much aware of how they are graded. Their performances are graded. They are informed early on what are the criteria included in the rubric or rubrics. Thank you very much for that question.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Byong. Another question. All right, so while waiting for other questions to pop up in the Google Meet, so I'll just add up something from the answer of Dr. Byong, that the students also are given the modules, and then they are going to perform the activities, and they are going to record. So the reason why we are giving them modules at home, because they do not have the access to internet. So, however, they can still record, and they are going to record this and save it through the disk or flash drive, and they are going to mail it right to their instructors. All right, so there you have it. Still in Zoom, how can we assure the authenticity of the performances?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I can still remember with my grandson. Actually, he is grade 12. Now, he was required to perform the fundamental, the Cariñosa dance. He was executing alone. He was recording his dance performance, Cariñosa. I was actually laughing because there was no partner, so therefore he can just face anywhere. But basically, all the steps, the basic steps and the step patterns are correctly performed. So that is also how we require our students. We can be assured of the authenticity, because in the picture or in the video, they should be the ones performing. So that's already authentic. They're the ones performing in the video submitted to us. So that's original.
All right, so we have here another question from YouTube Live. What is or are the possible assessment strategies we can give to students to prevent online cheating?
All
from Moreno
right.
Java Jr.
Thank you very much for that thought-provoking question. You know what? To prevent my students copying from each other, I give them time. I time my test. For example, answer this in 10 minutes, pass. But sometimes, because we are during COVID-19, my students will ask me, Ma'am C, can we request for an extension? Okay, perhaps I can, but to answer your question on how I can or we can prevent cheating, that's my answer. Timed test. Thank you.
All right. So we have here another question. YouTube Live. What do you do with students enrolled in a PE course who have health concerns and cannot perform or participate in the practical activities or exercises?
All right. That is a very good question. In fact, that I introduced one of the strategies as shown on the screen that I presented to you, the one on wheelchair. So we can require them, especially or if they are pregnant, narrative reports. We require them narrative reports, or we give them the link. They view the activity which they cannot perform and then make a reflective summarization of the activity so that we can also consider their conditions. So we can also critique with their activities that are shown to us in the narrative report or reports.
Okay, Dr. Byung. One last question, although there are a lot of questions here, but we're running out of time. We are actually would love to answer your queries, but because of time constraint. So one last question from Zoom. What appropriate strategy can we possibly give to students, specifically in DepEd, who do not have gadgets and chose printed modules by Jason Joy Como?
Okay, very good. That's a very good question. But you reserve, please, that question in this afternoon because Dr. Jerry Krausus, the DepEd speaker, will answer your query because he is in charge of DepEd programs. Thank you very much.
All right, so we are recording all your queries and would love to reach to you as soon as offline na, no? So with that, thank you so much for your participation in the Q&A. And thank you also, Dr. Byung, for answering their queries. And I am now going to move or transfer you to my partner, Dalton Ace C. Pero.
All right, good morning to everyone. It was the question and answer or the open forum was very, what do you call this one? Dynamic. There's a lot of questions, but unfortunately, we have to move on to our second talk for this morning. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Leo. And of course, to our first speaker, Professor Dr. Byung. For our next talk, the topic is guidelines for higher education institution in the implementation of flexible learning. Our speaker for the second talk she is a graduate of Bachelor in Physical Education at MSU-IIT. She is also a Master of Science in Physical Education at MSU Marawi Main Campus. And currently, on a dissertation level, with a degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Education Management at Xavier University Ateneo de Cagayan. She is an experienced teacher for 18 years, and she has been in the government service for 8 years already. At the Commission on Higher Education Region 10 line of engagements, she is a supervisor in charge for teacher education programs on the Bachelor of Physical Education, Technology and Livelihood Education, Technical Vocational Teacher Education, and culture and arts education. She supervises and monitors laboratory school for teacher education programs, and she is a focal person in charge for the student affairs and services programs. She is a scholarship coordinator of students' financial assistance programs. Our valued speaker for the second talk is currently an education supervisor too in the Commission on Higher Education Region 10. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers in Facebook and YouTube and Zoom, help me. Miss Rosemay, I think your mic is muted.
Yes, sir. Good morning and mabuhay ka natong tanan. Okay? Hello world, mabuhay Philippines. Physical educators, patsyada kitang tanan. We smile while we still have teeth. Kumusta kitang tanan, mga normals? In the new normal way of living, kumusta? So, in behalf of our Regional Director, Raul C. Alvarez, would like to manifest his warm greetings to Mindanao State University, a university committed to the holistic development of the individual and the society. To the big boss of the institution, Chancellor Sukarno D. Tanggol, Sir, may salute. To the compelling Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Amelia Buwan, to the serene personality of the Department Chair of Physical Education, Assistant Professor Ruby Gritchel Bukad, to the sagacious Professor of the Graduate School, Professor Cholita Kudal and Dr. Corazon Biong, to our esteemed invited resource speakers who will be sharing their dexterity in their field of specialization, to the unyielding physical educators and resilient students, mabuhay ka natong tanan. Let me begin my sharing with the food for the thought nga maayo, we will be having the same context. Nga before I will proceed, makapanghinuklod kita daan sa ato mga kinabuhi. Nga at this point, nakita nako kamong tanan nga mura gid mo og mga stars, no? Perting kadaghana daghan kaayo in the virtual room. Ngano mga stars man? Because I feel I can see you very near and yet you are very far. Dili jud parehas ta una, no? Nga when we conduct physical education assemblies, bibo gid kaayo ang panagtipok sa mga PA majors. Mura gid ta og mga suso. Bibo kaayong panagtipok. So, my food for the thought is by Martin Luther. He states that our very survival depends on our ability to stay awake, to adjust to new ideas, to remain vigilant and embrace the challenges of change. Na kung sa atua pa, huy, gising, pagmata, buntag na. And for those who are truly and madly deeply in love, para kanino ka bumabangon? And so therefore, magmaigmat kita sa mga panghitabo. Dapat subuin natin ang virus 99.9% patay. Let us help. Let us contribute, flatten the curve. The reason why we conduct our assemblies virtually in this manner. The emergence of COVID-19 pandemic has brought unprecedented disruptions in our lives all over the world. No one was exempted. Ikaw ug ako. Walay pasensya. It came unexpectedly where no one was ready to brace its impact to the society. Our country in particular faced a very critical situation these trying times. The Commission on Higher Education acknowledges the pivotal role of the academe in responding to the evolving challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic. At the onset, higher education institution in the region immediately responded with their quick response initiatives to protect our students, faculty, and staff in conjunction with the Interagency Task Force and the Department of Health. CHED subsequently provided advisories to our HEIs in the prevention, control, and mitigation on the spread of virus in our campuses. But as campuses were locked down and classes were suspended, higher education institutions had to make a strategic decisions on the continuity of learning while ensuring financial sustainability. The Herculean challenge was unsaon pagsulong. Sulong mga kapatid, ang pangutana, how to continue teaching and learning beyond the usual face-to-face instruction, labi na sa PE, ang swimming class, ang combative sports, ang dance, and other recreational activities nga dili man lagi ta pwede magtipok o mag face-to-face classes. Kay baluman ta sa PE, when we do physical activities together, bibo gud kayo ang klase. Enjoy gud kayo ang tanan. Kitabaya ang the happy side of the teacher education program. Although other programs are also happy, but it's more fun in PE. Di ba? HEIs urgently develop contingency plans which specify the mechanisms that will keep faculty and staff, students through the imposition of health protocols and special work arrangements. Guided by CHED issuances, HEIs then develop catch-up plans which specify the alternative modes of teaching and learning delivery to meet the remaining contact requirements of subjects and degree programs, modify internships and on-job training activities, adjust assessment of students' outcomes, and decide on alternative graduation platforms. Ang atong opisina was able to monitor and implement monitor on the implementation of these plans and ensured that HEIs were provided directives and guidelines as they became available. Unsa may gihimo sa ato ang gobyerno? Under the leadership of CHED Chairman Prospero A. De Varre III, by virtue of the Republic Act number 11469 on the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act and the approved guidelines in the implementation of flexible learning on CMO4 Series 2020, which is my topic for you today, there is an urgent need to explore other innovative learning modalities that will facilitate migration from traditional way of doing instructions to flexible teaching and learning options. Our learners are differently situated in terms of individual time, places, and mode of paces. That is why these innovative options of flexible learning allow customizations on the delivery modes para mo respond kita to the students' need in order for them to access quality education. Akong balikon, access to quality education in the new normal. In the same vein, flexible learning will give liberty on our students to choose the kind of delivery mode convenient to them. Makapili sila unsaon sila pagtudlo sa maestra depende sa ilahang capacity of resources sa mga estudyante. Now, talking about quality in the new normal, it's all the same. the more we never compromise quality in the implementation or delivery of the PE program to our students under CMO Series 2017. It doesn't mean kay tungod karon COVID pandemic manggod mo ning inani among klase pandemic manggod mo wa mi nakakuan didto maura ni among nakuan sa estudyante kay tungod kay COVID man pandemic man wala man. So inana, no, we still have to provide our students with quality services to our students. So unsa kini ang mga serbisyo? Our faculty should be full-fledged master's degree holder in physical education. We are half-baked. Hilaw kita nga mutudlo if we do not master our field, mga maestra. So the requirement for us to teach PE in the tertiary level should be full-fledged. Dili pwede earned units in master in physical education. No, it should be aligned with the field physical education. Dili pwede magtudlo kita og PE ang atong master's degree is Master of Arts in Education. You can only do that. You can be assigned to teach in the professional courses only, but not to teach in, not qualified to teach in the professional subjects of the PE major courses. Now, our school should be equipped with the following facilities and equipment in the conduct of our PE classes: dance studio, playground, fitness assessment equipment, play courts, resistance training, swimming pool, track over lecture rooms with technology support. Again, with technology support, and science laboratories for our anatomy and physiology class. So, these facilities should be utilized, gamiton. No, this should be operational to give justice on the interest of our students to learn lifelong learning activities. No, dili dapat mga guba, dili dapat kulang-kulang. It should complement to the number of students enrolled in the program. Dili kulang, dili limited ang mga equipments, no? Nga naman kinahanglon para ma-appreciate as sa estudyante kung unsa kalingaw, unsa kabibo, how engaging physical activity, physical education program is. Malingaw man ganit ta kung natay gigunitan, malingaw man gyud ta kung natay dula-dulaan. So di ba? Inana. So that's PE. Kinahanglan there is an operational fully equipped PE facilities and equipment to give justice to our students' learning. And of course, part of the curriculum is the 6-unit course in research in PE. That is why we need, mga maestra, we need to collaborate with our librarians on the available resources nga magamit sa atong estudyante on the learning materials to be used in the conduct of research studies on our subjects. What is the requirement of our library in PE? Available resources in PE. All courses, tanang mga subjects in PE from general education, professional education, to the PE major courses should have at least 5 different book titles per subject. At least, minimum 5 ka buok lain-lain nga mga subject titles kada subject. So imagine na unsa kadaghan nga libro dapat unta available on the library nga magamit sa ato estudyante. These books should be updated and recent within the last 5 years. So that's the minimum requirement. Okay? So now we proceed on the curriculum. The curriculum in PE should be demonstrated on the course syllabi. The course syllabi in PE should be outcomes-based design. So, no? Outcomes-based design meaning what do our students need to learn? What do our students be able to do? What do our students be able to create, recreate, and innovate at the end of the learning course? What are our expected outcomes of our students when they graduate PE? Unsa sila nga klase nga estudyante? Unsa nga klase nga estudyante ang atong giproduce nga mga future teachers in the field? So kana no, magdepende sa atoa kung how do we facilitate the delivery of our teaching and learning instructions through the implementation of outcomes-based curriculum. So there is also a need for us for professional enhancement. We need to be included in the budget for faculty development plan. So mapangusgan gyud nato na nga i-appeal kita sa budget for faculty development plan of the institution. We do not just be complacent to where we are. We need to equip ourselves. We need to be updated on the current trends and issues in the world of physical education. So that's the minimum requirement of the program. Now, we now proceed to the very meat of this matter, the substance of the PE curriculum. Ang balaod that governs our way of doing things right now to adapt to new normal, teaching and learning under CMO4 Series 2020. Mga maestra o mga maestro, we have to redesign our course syllabi to complement, to fit, to customize, to flexible learning. Kay dili man lagi ta from face-to-face classes course syllabi, i-redesign nato siya to flexible learning, meaning no face-to-face contact with the students. So unsaon man. Again, flexible learning is a pedagogical approach allowing flexibility of time, places, and contact of students. It includes, but not focus solely on the use of technology. Dili tanan kinahanglan na ay high-end nga cellphone, dili tanan kinahanglan na ay laptop o internet connectivity, kay dili man lagi tanan maka-afford. That is why here we need to focus to consider our students' context. Although moingon kita nga the delivery method is distance education, walay face-to-face, and the facilities of education technology, but this may vary depending on the levels of technology, availability of the device, internet connectivity, and level of the digital literacy and approaches. So ingin-ani ni siya, that is why there is a need for us. Before we redesign our course syllabi, there's a need for us, PE majors, to identify students' needs assessment survey prior to the redesigning of the syllabus. Why? Because here on the survey, we will be able to identify the level of the digital literacy of our students, unsa ang available devices nga naa sa ila, o ang internet, the degree of the internet connectivity sa atong mga estudyante. That is why diri we will be able to identify the kind of approaches nga ang atong mahatag, ma-deliver sa ilaha. So how? Unsaon man? Again, diri mo gawas ang atong pagkabida mga PE majors. We need to redesign our course syllabi to flexible learning. Now, in the crafting of the redesigned syllabus or syllabi, here, ikaw ug ako, kitang tanan mga PE majors ug ang estudyante, ang atong nga learners, we are the co-creators of our knowledge. We have the control of customizations of our learning experiences. The enhancement of the learning should be grounded on the realities of our teaching and learning environment. So, hence, the redesigning of the course syllabus to flexible learning, we need to consider the needs of our students to various access to the course content, the recognition of their diverse learning styles, lain-lain ang ilahang learning capability or style of learning. Again, this approach is centered, deeply rooted on the student's need. So tungod man lagi ka i-redesign nato, that is why there is a flexibility on all areas of our program. Flexibility in the learning content, schedule, access, innovative assessment, and ang paggamit or the use of the digital and non-digital resources. In relation to learning content, example, when we have 10 sa face-to-face 10 learning outcomes, karon i-adjust nato, i-integrate nato, i-combine nato, we make it example, we make it 5 learning outcomes na lang sa flexible learning. Example, on the schedule, on the submission of the requirements, we need to be patient. We need to extend our patience and the submission of the requirements. Sa una, submit this date, submit now na, or else automatic 5 or fail. But this time, there's a need for us to extend patience on the submission of requirements. Kaya mo man lagi na, nagkapa-kapa man gani ta kita mga maestra, how much more our students. So inana, no? Flexibility on the access. Unsa man ang atong matabang sa ilaha on the access of the learning resources. Unsa man ang atong mahatag sa ilaha ani nga mga butanga. Of course, we need to adjust also the assessment criteria sa atong mga estudyante. Lahi tong assessment nato sa face-to-face ug karon ilahi nato kay virtual raman ang atong dating or module raman ang atong dating. So inana, no? So depende pod sa paggamit nato sa ato ang digital o dili non-digital tools. So example.
One race. Lumikin 1, Lockheed 2, Pato 1, 3, Sunyanin 4, and Yel 5. Beat him on the world record holder in 6. He's back a bit early. Is the top in 7. Fraser Holmes in 8. And out very hard is Aniel.
Aniel is going out exceptionally fast. Sun Young had the fastest reaction time, but lane 1 and 2 are also going quite well, and Lochte is trying to get himself out.
So Daniel, Fraser Holmes up there from a wide draw, and Lochte has put himself out. They've got a good turn, Lochte.
He's still maintaining his very long technique, Aniel, looking across the pool, reading to the left-hand side at the moment. Nice long strokes there, really ripping at the water and pulling down past his leg.
So Pato 1 is the first to challenge Aniel, and Sun Yan now starting to move up also in lane number 4. Lochte back to 4th. The split is 50.64. Aniel, Pato 1, Lochte.
He went past Lochte in the relay. Will Lochte be able to challenge him in the second 100 metres and the 200 metres freestyle?
So ingon ana, no? Flexible learning, innovate, recreate, mag-swimming sa iyahang katre. So ana na, isipin nyo na lang, tubig yan. Okay? So exercising the different strokes in swimming. So recreate. Ang estudyante is the co-creator of his knowledge. So nindot kaayo, no? Co-creators kung unsa lay available resources niya. So katri ang iyahang gilanguyan. Okay. Let us now be guided. Kini siya, let us now be guided on the higher education institutions implementation and the facilitation of flexible learning. Ang atong eskwelahan shall continue to exercise judgment on the deployment of available flexible learning and alternative modes of delivery in lieu of face-to-face modality. It is the institution's discretion that should be reasonable, transparent, and outcomes-based, validated. Unsa may buot pasabot ani? The HEIs should formulate a data-driven and participatory approach in determining and implementing the most viable form of flexible learning and will be utilized based on the capability and existing conditions based on the IETF guidelines and local government advisories. Unsa may observing capacity of our school to articulate preparedness and responsiveness intervention nga ma-reduce ang disruption of classes, no? Making continuity of learning more resilient. Ang atong mga eskwelahans were required to submit learning continuity plan which reflects the framework and system of the transition on the integration of flexible learning approaches. The flexible learning should complement, again, quality, outcomes-based education approach, which allows flexibility of HEIs to employ various means of delivery for as long as we still achieve the same set of learning outcomes for each course or subject of the program. Okay? Kinahanglan maabot gihapon nato ang ato ang desired learning outcome sa mga estudyante sa ato ang adjustment. So again, we focus on the students. What do our students need to know about? What is the intended learning outcomes? What do I want my students to learn? How can I facilitate their learning? Ug unsa may applicable nga activities or this time sa no face-to-face. So, how do I know that learning happens? Naa ba kay nahibalaan ang akong mga estudyante ani nga pamaagi? No? In terms of the learning content, HEIs shall review curricular offerings and make necessary adjustments or modification in the curricular structures, program of study, considering, again, the alternative options in the design, delivery, pedagogy, and assessment mechanisms that can be delivered to the students through various modalities, whether online or offline modality. So, mao na siya. Review curricular offerings. Again, it is greatly emphasized that even if this is flexible learning in the new normal, the implementation should be anchored on the institution's mission, vision, and goal. Unsay mission, unsa may goal sa eskwelahan, on what kind of graduates the school is able to produce and will be able to produce, no? So, graduates who are globally competitive, locally responsive, innovative, and technology-driven. So, maugid ni, miski pa nag-adjust kita, we still produce this kind of students that will contribute to the economic development of our society or the country in general. Now, on the part of the management of the learners, the HEI shall provide mechanisms to inform our students or the learner on the learning systems to be implemented, which may be in a form of a learning packages. These learning packages is either available, can be accessed through either offline or online modes. Kinahanglan our students should be informed on these course packages. Course packages will include the course syllabi, the study guides, learning activities, available repositories of learning process, the schedules of the lessons, consultations, assessment, monitoring, engagement, feedback portals, and student support system to assist in the managing of their time and maximizing their learning. So, importante ni sa mga estudyante. Naghimo ba mo ani sa inyong eskwelahan, course packages? So, inana. So, the HEIs shall establish means of engagement or communication, which may be included like short messages, online chat, emails, and other means which is convenient and efficient and timely monitoring and feedback mechanisms. Other HEIs were provided communication allowance by the institutions. So, inana siya. The HEI shall explore establishing linkages with the relevant national and local government agencies, the civil societies, telecommunication companies, professional organizations, international organizations, and other institutions to strengthen and complement existing resources, infrastructure, or connectivity to ensure a disrupted learning of the students. Again, because we are in dire need of internet connectivity, the school may ask or may link with a telecommunication company to assist the school on its connectivity. So mangayo tagtabang ani, we need to link ourselves with the private kung kinsay maka-afford nato or makatabang sa nato sa ato with this. So it's lonely when you're alone. We need someone to help us, no? Nganuman, we need to ensure undisrupted learning of our students. When it comes to technology support, the school is required to provide technical support to the faculty members in the development of IT-enabled and IT-mediated learning instructional materials, like in the production of the learning packets and the course module and other preparations. Other faculty are reporting to the school nga diri sila magamit no sa ilang klase online. Now, since our courses requires a lot of research-based content, access and utilization of the electronic library and or available open education resources as reference in various flexible learning pedagogies and discipline content. Now, dirita makig-coordinate, bisog sa ato ang librarian on the electronic library sources kung unsaon niya pag-facilitate sa mga estudyante on the use of e-books, the databases, the e-journals ug uban pa. Ang pangutana naabang atong eskwelahan ani mga virtual library, no? So kana siya. So this time we need to collaborate with our librarians on the learning resources that our students will be needing. So, on the utilization of the learning management system, no? This is new for all of us kay tungod kay new normal man lagi. So, learning management system. What is this all about? It is a software designed specifically to create, distribute, and manage the delivery of educational content. It enables the administrators to upload learning content, deliver learning lessons to students, serving notification, and share data with authorized users. Example of these learning management systems are Edmodo, Wella, Microsoft Teams, Moodles, ug uban pa. Daghan pa kaayo, no? So, avail ang eskwelahan ana of this learning management system. Although most of the schools during the conduct of my monitoring, schools are using Google Meet, Messenger, Zoom, or Skype. No, again, I would like to emphasize that these are not learning management systems. These are platforms for communication, but it is not designed for the creation or management of the educational content, as mentioned. So the school will have to avail will have to avail of this one learning management system. Another one, HEI shall explore grants or programs for administrators and faculty and staff on the transitioning to flexible learning. There will be trainings, seminars, and capacity building of our workforce for our higher education institutions. No, capacity building. We need to equip them, capacitate them on the new normal of school operations. No, HEIs are encouraged to form consortia, coalition, or networking to facilitate capacity building and sharing of resources. So example, again, it's lonely when you are alone. We need others to help us. We need others to support us. So sharing of expertise, sharing of resources, sharing of technology. Example, if I'm conducting a meeting or assemblies like this, wala ko akong Zoom capacity that I required is only 100 kay Freeman. So other HEIs might have kanang Zoom capacity of 1,000 participants. So pwede nato siya ma-request or matabangan ta sa other HEIs to use their available Zoom platforms for the assembly. So inana siya, tabang-tabang lang ta sa panahon karon. Mo na siya giingon og bayanihan spirit is truly alive this time. So, in the same vein, there's a need to ensure health protocols at all times. That is why CHED COVID Advisory Number 7 states that no face-to-face classes yet. Dili sa paagto ang mga estudyante sa eskwelahan. Health protocols should be displayed in the conspicuous areas within the school premises. No, let's contribute our share to help the government flatten the curve this time. Wala say face-to-face classes yet under CHED COVID Advisory Number 7. So, lastly, sa akong presentation, I would like to present to you unsay gihimo sa ato ang SHED regional office to help our faculty in the preparation for flexible learning at the onset of the pandemic, no, last August 2020. Subsequently, we have created a regional consortium on flexible learning, wherein 10 higher education institutions collaborated with each other and obligated counterparts. So nag-contribute on how to, on the appropriation of human, physical resources for institutional capacity building. Ang lead institution ani niya is of course our very own MSU-IIT. Sila gyud ni perminti ang mag-lead, no? That is why it's called the Center of Excellence, no? The members of this consortiums are the Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology, Governor Alfonso D. Tan College, Misamis University, Bukidnon State University, Central Mindanao University, Xavier University, University of Science and Technology, Taguluan Community College, and Capital University. So 10 HEIs collaborated with each other, sharing of resources. There were 12 sessions of the webinars with workshops that were delivered and participated by over 1,000 of faculty members in the region. So tanang maestra gitawag ato nga panahuna. This resulted in the modification of instruction designs and syllabi. It prepared our faculty in the transition from face-to-face learning to learning techniques, flexible learning techniques, and oriented our HEIs on the use of learning management systems. And the diverse open educational resources were also introduced. The faculty were also sent out to participate on various trainings to enhance their capabilities for flexible learning. Okay, so with that, nag-information overload na ba kamo? Again, ang tubag ni Ana, we smile while we still have teeth. So I would like to end my talk with the food for the thought by Mother Teresa. Niingon siya, PE majors, none of us do great things, but we can do small things. With great love, together, kitang tanan, we can do something beautiful. So, PE majors, we are rising up to the challenge. We can beat COVID-19 when we heal as one, we recover as one, we educate and learn as one. Mabuhay kanatong tanan.
Love is all that matters. I agree with you, Ma'am Rose. Right. And also, I would like to add up also, if it's okay with you, Ma'am Rose, because you mentioned about flexible and patience. So I think it takes two to tango. Meaning to say, if the teacher is resourceful, but the students themselves, they should also do their task, which is to learn more, to practice more, even if it's not graded. Correct, Ma'am Rose? Right. Okay. So I think we're gonna entertain questions from the participants. So first question from the YouTube live regarding the PATFIT. Is the PSG for PATFIT already available for, is it already available or it's already out? Ma'am Rose?
Okay, as of this time, our tertiary education, we call it now, it's no longer PE 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's already on the senior high school. That's the PE for senior high school. But in the tertiary, we call them now as tertiary physical education. We call them PathFit, physical activity towards health and fitness. So as of this time, we still have the draft guidelines of the tertiary physical education. It's not yet being signed. It's beyond the control of the regional office. It's at the central office. And kita ma'am, parihata gahulat for the approval of the implementation or the guidelines of the tertiary physical education. So we'll just wait. If it's available already, yours truly will urgently distribute the CMO, the approved CMO, once it is being approved already. Thank you po.
Ma'am Rose. Okay, from the Zoom live, we have what are the applicable activities? What are the mission, vision, and goals for the school? This is very important for the students. Are you doing this in your school? Wait, so Ma'am Rose is in the chat, so
Okay. I am in the government. I work as the one who's in charge to disseminate what are the policies and the guidelines set by our government in the implementation of the quality education programs in the higher education institutions. But as to the question of mission, vision, and goal, it is the institution, ang eskwelahan mismo ang provide ug unsa ang mission and goal sa eskwelahan, what kind of students nga gusto i-produce sa eskwelahan when they graduate in your institution. Your institution has a unique mission, vision, and goal. That mission, vision, and goal is anchored on the Philippine education programs set by the government, set by CHED, daan na siya, and also with the Philippine Qualification Framework.
so I guess it's clear. Let's proceed with the third question. Thank you, Ma'am Rose. Third question coming from the YouTube from Mr. Modeno Jalva Jr. What are the possible interventions we can introduce to have effective laboratory activities for PE major subjects in the implementation of flexible learning? Ma'am Rose?
Intervention activities. Can you reserve that questions, because our technical panel for the curriculum and strategies later will introduce to you the strategies or the techniques on how will the program be implemented in the flexible learning. Ang akong focus is only the guidelines, no? Guidelines lang ang balaod that governs flexible learning. But when it comes to how it is done in the grassroots levels, in the teaching and learning, that is will be discussed by our next speaker po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Rose. Okay, last question for this talk number 2. I guess this is related to the CPD units, Ma'am Rose. There's a question here. May I ask if the seminar provides CPD points? I guess it's Ma'am Rose. May I ask if the seminar provides CPD points for licensed professional teachers? This is coming from Roland Joseph, Austria.
Is he or she referring to this webinar? Will this webinar
I guess so.
give CPD points to our participants?
Yes, I guess so, Ma'am Rose.
Is MSU-IIT accredited for CPD?
I think we are, as of the moment, we are on the process of the application for accreditation for CPD units. That's part of our major plans for this coming 2021. So be excited for that. Right. Okay. I think that would be all for our open forum. Ma'am Rose, would you like to add more, or would you like to say something to patch things up? Ma'am Rose, is there anything that you would like to say?
Masulti na ako. Padayon kita sa pagpanglibasog, mga PE majors. Maora, at this time we still go on with our enthusiasm and vigor in teaching physical activities to our students. No, we don't deprive them on their interest in learning physical activities for lifelong learning. Thank you so much po.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Ma'am Rose. I saw a lot of questions here in the Zoom and Facebook, but unfortunately, due to the time constraint, we cannot be able to answer all of those questions. But rest assured, on the next webinar in the future, you can reserve that. All right. It's more fun in physical education. I also agree with you, Ma'am Rose. Okay, let's move on to the awarding of the certificates for our two speakers for this morning session. To give us to award this certificate, may I call in my colleague, Assistant Professor Dr. Jonah L. Nagpa.
Thank you. This certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Corazon P. Byong for sharing her time, knowledge, and wisdom as resource speaker in the webinar on physical education curriculum standards, designs, and strategies for higher education institutions and Department of Education during the new normal, given this 15th day of April 2021. Signed by the Dean of College of Education, Dr. Amelia T. Buan, and MSU-IIT Chancellor, Dr. Sukarno D. Tanggol. Congratulations. And another certificate of recognition of same citation is awarded to Ms. Rosemay T. Lumasag. Again, signed by the Dean of College of Education, Dr. Amelia T. Buan, and MSU-IIT Chancellor, Dr. Sukarno D. Tanggol. Congratulations.
Right, thank you so much, Assistant Professor Dr. Jonah, for that presentation. And thank you so much once again to our valued and very significant guest speakers, Dr. Corazon T. Byong and Ma'am Rose Lumasag. Okay, time check, it's already 11:45 in the morning. And for our afternoon sessions, please be reminded that the afternoon session will start at exactly 1 p.m. So we still have 1 hour and 15 minutes for the lunch break. And reminders for those who were not able to do their attendance, the attendance link is attached in the Zoom and in the YouTube. Kindly register there or for your attendance. And also later after the webinar session evaluation, please kindly fill up the evaluation forms or sheets. These evaluation sheets will serve as your giving of certificate. This will be our basis for the giving of certificates. At the same time, this is to help us improve in our department, to improve more on our future webinars. I guess this will be all for the morning. Buena fiti to everyone. Safe day and have a nice lunch. Bye. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our webinar session, afternoon session. Our webinar is about physical education curriculum standards, designs, and strategies for higher education institutions and Department of Education during this new normal. All right. Before we will start with our third talk, we would like to acknowledge all the teachers from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Good afternoon, moms and sirs, and to our students in MSPE, and also for our students in the bachelor's degree. Good afternoon, everyone. Students, teachers, faculty, and staff, and dear colleagues, good afternoon. For our third talk for this afternoon, it's about curriculum standards, designs, and strategies for higher education institutions during the new normal. Our third speaker for this afternoon, he is currently the Vice President for University Relations and Advancement and concurrent OIC University Curriculum Management and Instructional Materials Office of the Philippine Normal University. He also served as OIC Executive Director and Provost of the North Luzon campus of the same university from April to December 2020. Prior to his appointment as Vice President, he served as Director of the Institute of Physical Education, Health, Recreation, and Dance and Sports. And he is also the head of the Center of the Culture and Arts and Sports Development of the same university. He holds the degrees Dr. Pendikan Olaraga, Doctor of Physical Education and Sports, and the University Nigeri, Jakarta, Indonesia in 2019. Cum laude under the PNU, Professional Development Scholarship. He is also a Master's of Arts in Sports and Recreation Management and Bachelor in Secondary Education major in Physical Education, cum laude. Both obtained the Philippine Normal University in 1997 and 2004, respectively. At present, he serves as a Technical Committee Member for Physical Education and Sports and Wellness Management of the Commission on Higher Education, who is in charge of the development of policies and standards of the physical education teacher education program in the country. He also served as consultant curriculum writer and trainer of the Department of Education K-12 Physical Education Curriculum. He served as Executive Council Member and Secretary of the Dance Committee of the National Commission for Culture and Arts. His expertise includes teacher education curriculum development, Philippine traditional dances and games, leisure and recreation education, and sports pedagogy. In 2009 and 2015, Professor Vergara was awarded as first prize winner for the oral research paper presentation in the Pan-Asian Society International Conference in Physical Education and Sports held in Nanjing, China, and International Conference in Physical Education and Sports sponsored by the Ministry of Sports in Tehran, Iran. Respectively, in 2019, he received the Ministry of Sports the most outstanding youth leader award for culture and arts given by the United Nations Association of the Philippines, the highest award given to the young leader in promoting the UN's program and activities in the Philippines. He was also awarded in 2010 the Dangal ng Bayan ng San Juan, Batangas for his invaluable contribution in the areas of arts and culture in 2019 Simbahayan Award as outstanding alumnus of the Joseph Marilius Institute. In 2020, Dr. Vergara was awarded by the International Federation in Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association the prestigious International Eminent Education Award for the Physical Education and Sports. He is also a co-authored various physical education textbooks used in the basic education and develops modules for teachers in the K-12 PE curriculum. Professor Vergara is also a former president of the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges Association Cultural Directors and the chair of the Board of Sports Management of the State Colleges and Universities Athletic Association. in the National Capital Region. He also served as board member of the National Council of Physical Education Professionals. With this, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our guest speaker for the third talk, Dr. Lodenio A. Vergara. Doc?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. Maayong hapon sa tanan. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. I'm so happy to be here and be part of this webinar program or seminar of the MSU-IIT, Dr. Byong, and the rest of the officials of MSU-IIT in Iligan. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm so happy and privileged to be part of this webinar series. So I hope that I can give justice to the topic given to me by the organizing committee. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, Doc.
Okay, so it's okay. So my task this afternoon is to provide you the physical education, teacher education, or we call it PIT, and the tertiary physical education curriculum. It's standards, designs, strategies for the new normal. And this is a very good topic, and I am thanking Dr. Byong and the officials and the faculty of the College of Education, especially the physical education program, for having this kind of webinar. No? So I'll be talking three things, major things in my presentation. I hope I have an ample time to discuss this. So the first one is on the physical education, teacher education, and the proposed tertiary physical education curriculum. And then we will look into the context of the COVID-19 crisis context and what are its education responses, and like what Dr. Byong a while ago, and also our second speaker, I'll be sharing to you some of our practices or the Philippine Normal University's approach to flexible learning, specifically in the physical education program, the Institute of Physical Education, Health, Recreation, Dance, and Sports, which I chaired as a director for 12 years. So these are the three things that I'm going to share with you this afternoon. So let's start with the context of Philippine teacher education, focusing on this century. So the Philippine teacher education in the 21st century. So you all know that by virtue of Republic Act 7722, which is the Higher Education Act of 1994, vested the Commission on Higher Education the power to set minimum standards for programs of institutions of higher learning. So by that, CHED, as the governing body of higher education in charge of providing quality standards, actually, it was presented well by our second speaker from CHED regional office, no? In producing professionals needed in the teaching and learning process, and recognizes the important role of teacher education in achieving the goals for Philippine teacher education in the 21st century. So with that, CHED, Office of the Program Standards and Development, or we call it the OPSD. So through the Technical Panel for Teacher Education and the Technical Committee, which I'm part of the Technical Committee for Physical Education and Sports, Wellness and Management, together with the Committee for Elementary and Secondary Education, was tasked to revise the teacher education program. So this is in line with the current educational reforms concerning the implementation of the K-12, the shift towards outcomes-based education, and the implementations of the Philippine Qualifications Framework, which Dr. Byong provided thoroughly those CMOs, no, in this morning session. So in 2012, the Technical Panel for Teacher Education made a series of meetings and workshops for the review of this CHED Memorandum Order, particularly CMO number 30, series of 204, which is the revised policies and standards for undergraduate teacher education curriculum. So the said activities have led to the development of framework for teacher education in the 21st century. So what are the pathways for the undergraduate degree? what are guiding principles and assertions for the revision of teacher education curriculum. So with that, no, CHED Technical Committee for Teacher, Technical Panel for Teacher Education came up with this framework, empowering the 21st century Filipino teacher. So all our aspiring teachers have their own pathways to enter, no, to the program given by CHED. And in the program, we are developing, dahil naka-outcomes based tayo, no, and we're looking into the who is the 21st century learner, which is the heart of our teacher education program, and with 3 program component of the curriculum that pertains to the content knowledge of the discipline and their specialization, the pedagogies, the something to and assessment. So this K-12 and NCBTS as a driver for curriculum reform, now this NCBTS is translated na to the PPST, the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. And then with that, the students should have a competency because of the values, skills, and knowledge that they need in order for them to provide the experiential field learning, no? Yung experiential learning natin, yung practicum. So there are 3, the trifocal component of education, the TESDA, the DepEd, and the school, and the CHED or partnership in order for us to develop the teacher or global teacher. So this is what our Philippine teacher education framework is all about. So you should be guided on how our beginning teachers, no, our pre-service going to the in-service component. So what are the guiding principles in revising the curriculum? So there are essential assertions for the 21st century teacher education curriculum. This should be cognizant of the need to shift the CMO 30 series of 2004 to the K-12 curriculum. Later, our friends from the Department of Education, my friend, Mr. Jerry Crossos, will discuss to you about this matter and how K-12 impacted the curriculum in tertiary in higher education. No, we need to align what the teacher's competency. No, that's why the set of the PPST for the domains of PPST will provide opportunity for our beginning teachers to target what kind of teachers and standards do they need in order for them to respond to the demands of the K-12 curriculum. So another assertion is that we need to weave the then NCBTS, now PPST, to be meaningfully in the teacher education curriculum as basis of our standards na sinusunod. And what should be the characterized global Filipino teacher as an outcome of the 21st century teacher education curriculum. Aside from that, we have also imperatives, no? Looking into a greater emphasis on the teacher values, the 21st century skills, and the pedagogical content knowledge, or what we call the PCK. So another imperatives for this is the expansion of roles and responsibilities that are shared to other professionals given in the new job opportunities, because we need also to check as a driver the PQF. And personalizing learning for individual students to accommodate greater diversity in different learning contexts. So these are our guiding principles for the revised teacher education curricula. So in that aspect, we are providing 3 major pathways for our teachers, no? So pathway 1, meron tayong mga programs na 3-year Bachelor of Education. We tried this during our first curriculum, no? Yung 3-year program namin for early childhood, no? And then another is the common pathway is the 4-year Bachelor, yung elementary, secondary, with tracks from grades 4 to 10. This is the common. Our BPED curriculum, BICES curriculum, BKED curriculum are on this pathway, a 4-year degree. Now we're planning in PNU to have, actually we have one program in PNU who has this pathway. And that is our Bachelor to Masters in Guidance and Counseling. It's a 5-year program. In the PNU North Luzon, where I used to be the executive director for 10 months from April to December, I was able to initiate the development of a double logo program with Isabela State University and Philippine Normal University for a straight program of a 4-year, of a Pathway 3, which is a 5-year program. It is a double logo program from bachelor to master's in agricultural science education. ISU will provide the component of agriculture education and PNU will provide the education component of that. So it's on the pipeline, finalizing so that it will be approved by our regional CHED in Region 2 and also the BOR of the Philippine Normal University. So these are 3 pathways. In the CMO number 15 for graduate program, there are new actually provisions for this, no? So isa siguro ito doon sa mga nasa sa tertiary dito, kung sinong mga nasa tertiary dito na deans or coordinators, no? So there's another pathway na pinrovide sa atin ng CHED, no? Ito pa ang unexplored na pathway, itong pathway number 3, yung 4-year Bachelor of Education and a 1-year Master's in Education. Because there's a need for that. Why? Kasi ang ating mga graduates going to DepEd because we have a senior high school and we have a demand for senior high school that those teaching in the senior high school has a master's degree. So at least we can provide more opportunity for our discipline. Right now, it's also in the pipeline that PNU is developing a bachelor to master in sports education. It's a 5-year degree program. So hopefully we can, this will be approved. This will be in response to the senior high school sports track and the development of the National Academy of Sports. But these are all exploratory and we're still, I'm still doing this program to be approved in the near future. So after that, there's revisiting CMO number 30, series of 2004, and the set for the policy standards and guidelines for both the undergraduate teacher education program, which is aligned to the OBE, which was clearly discussed by our second speaker this morning, the demands of the K-12 and the new general education curriculum. And of course, the alignment of the existing undergraduate curricula, because we have that period where all our programs and curricula in the tertiary, in the higher education, aligned to the curricula to OBE. So our current programs now for physical education, teacher education program, I basically, the rationale behind it is on this program, this executive orders, this legality. Okay, so the EO 83 series of 2012 for the Philippine Qualification Framework, which was discussed by Dr. Byong this morning. The CMO 46 series of 2012, which was discussed by our second speaker, the outcomes-based education. The demands of the K-12, our Republic Act 10533, which will be discussed later by Sir Jerry, and our revised general education curriculum, which I'm going to discuss as part of our tertiary physical education. Yung bang ating tertiary PE is included in the RJEC, no? Because this RJEC CMO number 20 series of 2013 is only 36 units. So, saan nakabilong ang tertiary PE? Okay? So, I will just discuss it later. So, these are the framework and the rationale behind all the revision of the teacher education curricula from CMO number 74, 75 to CMO number 82. Okay? So, with that, let's zoom in now to the physical education curriculum in higher education. And the first one is the physical education teacher education curriculum. So these are the 3 programs that we have. Yung MAPE natin, yung Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in music, arts, physical education, and health is our CMO number 30. Mostly, yung mga sa inyo dito are graduates of this program. So that's CMO number 13. And then in the revision, in the first revision of the curriculum, aligning it to OBE, we have our CMO number 23, series of 2011. Ito na yung Bachelor of Physical Education with 2 specialization. One in the school PE, and the other one is the sports and wellness management, which is I'm part of the curriculum developer of this program. And then with the revision in the latest PSG provided by CHED, we have the CMO 80 and 81, which is series of 27. I think they are now in the third year program. So ito na yung Bachelor of Physical Education that concerns of our teachers, no? In the basic education. And you will notice if you if you are very familiar with this curriculum, meron itong component ng health. Okay? And then we separated now that sports and wellness management into another PSG, into another CMO. And I think some of you here are also implementing this program, this is the Bachelor of Science in Exercise and Sports Science, or the BSES. You have two major specialization in there, majorship. You have the fitness and sports coaching and the fitness and sports management. So what is the difference between the two? One is focused on education, and then the other one is focused on in the industry. Can the business teach? Yes, if they will have that competency or a certificate in teaching program required by law to be a teacher. So these are the business program are experts, sports scientists, exercise and sports scientists. Okay, but you will notice in this program that the core foundational subjects of the two, no, the 18 core and foundational subjects of CMO 80 and 81 are the same. Why is it the same? Because we thought of improving and making the teaching of physical education as a science-based, no? So nagkaroon kami ng discussion on the members of the committee chaired by Dr. Gabao, or Professor Calyanta of UP, Professor Rael Espino of UST, Mr. Pio Solon as a practitioner, but he's a graduate of UP, Dr. Estela Orbistondo of the University of Asia and the Pacific is also UP, myself, and Dr. Gabao. So during the time, we thought of looking into the hindi maging second-class citizen yung nag-aaral ng PE. Dapat that the physical education is also geared towards understanding the science of teaching and the science behind the content. So you will notice those who are implementing the curriculum are yung business core niya at saka yung PE core niya are the same, which I'm going to discuss also some of these parts later. So with that, our BPED program has these features. One, it's outcomes-based because of what Dr. Byung and our second speaker this morning tells on this outcomes-based education. It is also responsive to the 21st century teacher education curriculum, anchored on the salient features of the K-12 basic education curriculum, and also the Philippine Education Framework, okay? And the Philippines Professional Standards for Teachers, or the PPST. Can you still hear me, guys? Can I check if
Yes, doctor.
I'm good? Okay, good.
You're good.
Now, what is the curriculum structure for this? So we have only 161, which is much lower ang units ng ating BSES, no? The component for the structure of this curriculum, we have the general education of 36, we have the professional education of 42, we have specialization of 63, and the structure of the specialization are 3. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, foundation and theory and concepts in PE, same yan sa BSES. Then we have 12 units of contextualize, which is the focus on pedagogical content knowledge of the discipline, and 33 of content performance, including health content, so that the graduates of BPED can teach, no, PE and health in the curriculum. And just 3 days ago or 4 days ago, I attended the shaping of the curriculum for 2022 of DepEd. We're looking into the revision of the kids stage 1 of grades 1 to 3. So there will expect that there will be a change or enhancement of the K-12 curriculum based on studies, research on the implementation. And in come 2022, the first batch of graduates of BPED and BKED. So the BKED now will cover the music and arts component, plus very good now that the BKED is not just only focusing on understanding music and arts, but the entire picture of culture education in the country. So there's no more MAPE. There's no more MAPE, okay, in the curriculum. And hopefully that leading, because we're starting to have a talk to DepEd that PE and health as a separate component and music and arts. Now, you will wondering, and you may ask questions to me, sir, how about the professional licensing of this for the LEP? Just to provide you an update, but do not just be very happy pa hanggat hindi pa natin nakikita at lumalabas ang result ng Commission and Bank ng PRC. Dr. Gabao and I, Dr. Gabao as our technical committee chair, made an initial discussion with PRC. And I think the PRC saw now the importance of separating the LEP, no? So hindi na siya magmamape. Kasi kaya hindi pa mabago kasi nasa law pa siya na mape. So sabi ko nga, ang aking argument during that time, sir, talong-talo po talaga when there is a gap between PRC and CHED that time. Why? Because after the CMO 30, we have the CMO 23. Nakapag-graduate tayo ng school BPE lang, na school PE. So hindi siya mape. And then yet when they take the LEP, ako I do LET review in Iligan. Most of my students are MSU-IIT graduates. Talagang sila ay BPED, na hindi na sila mape. So talagang aaralin nila as a review yung music components. So let's cross our fingers and hopefully in the next, after the first batch of graduates, there will be now the LET. When you take the LET, kung ikaw ay BPED, you just get the BPED component. Kung ikaw ay BKED, you will just get the BKED component. So let's cross our fingers. So as of now, it's still on the pipeline of discussion and convincing PRC about this matter, and hopefully PRC will listen to us. Now, you have provided 6 units for that, and the mandated course is 14. Eto yun. Dito nakapasok yung tertiary PE na 8, no? So it's an agony, my God. It's a long agony for us in the committee to convince during that time na talagang nawala at tinanggal ang sa CMO 20 ng revised Gen Ed, CMO 20 ng revised General Education Curriculum, because they thought that putting the senior high school PE, which is the health optimizing PE, the HOPE, in senior high school is okay enough na wala ng PE sa college. So of course, we need to argue with CHED and to DepEd the articulation on this na it's not part of the general education curriculum. Though it's kasama siya sa kabuuan, but there's a separate law that pertains to that. And it's a mandate by the government that we need to promote physical education as mandated in our constitution. But we never argue to them during that time that mawawala ng trabaho yung mga nasa tertiary. The argument is on the legal and why PE should be there to continue to college. So hopefully, luckily, that time, we're very hoping that time. And then CHED saw the importance, yes, we need to provide a continuous learning for physical education in the tertiary. That's why the ibalik, kaya nagkaroon ng CMO ulit, clarificatory sa memorandum about the physical education as another component of the curriculum, not in Gen Ed. But our curriculum in tertiary PE is aligned to the outcomes, to the typology and outcomes of our general education curriculum, which I'm going to discuss later. Kaya 14 yan kasi 6 yung NSTP. So this is basic, no? Other institution like in PNU, mas madami pa kaming units na aside sa 161. Kasi ang PSG naman natin is our basic, no? Yun yung parang wag kang lower dyan. You can enhance it, you can approve it, you can align based on what Dr. Byong made mention this morning about the PSG, no, and because of the application for certificate of program compliance. So this is the structure. Then the proposed tertiary physical education. Now, why do we need to have and revise this curriculum? Primarily, this tertiary physical education program is basically builds on the K-12. Nag-revise ka sa babae. You overhaul the development of K-12 up to senior high school. So Key Stage 1 focuses on movement education. That's grades 1 to 3. Key Stage 2, 4 to 6 is a health-enhancing physical activity. Grade 7 to 10 is thematic for fitness, focusing on fitness. You will notice that grade 7 is personal fitness. Grade 8 is school and family fitness. Kaya kung naituro ninyo ang PE ng maayos prior to the COVID-19, we provided our students competency to relate and understand fitness at home. Kasi ang tema ng fitness at ng PE ng grade 8 is about family fitness and school fitness. Hindi namin na-anticipate na magkakaroon ng pandemic, but the curriculum responded to that. I hope that those who are teaching physical education in the current situation, no, and prior to the pandemic, saw the importance of having that content because it's thematic. Because grade 9 is community fitness, and grade 10 is the larger perspective of societal fitness. And then here you go. You combine now, because in the grade 7, in the grades 1 to 10, we have specific health component, music, arts, PE. When we develop the curriculum, hindi naman kami sama-samang PE eh. Meron ding specialist na naggawa ng music and arts, the same competency, the same framework, the same outcomes, and then PE and health. But we magkaka-separate yan. So, ano ang tinignan natin? Pagdating natin ng senior high school, okay, ino-optimize mo na. Wala na kasi siyang health eh. Naka-optimize na ang PE, ino-optimize mo na yung health through physical education. That's why it's called HOPE. If you're going to ask me, sir, bakit kasi 20 hours lang? Because during that time, hindi na-anticipate ng DepEd na talagang isama siya. Because they thought that the sports track is the equivalent of the general PE in the curriculum. So when we defended that, during that time, they saw the importance of, okay, so but we cannot add that it will become 80 hours per subject because the student has only a limit sa pagpasok sa school up to 7 hours a day. So instead na wala, parang anong nangyari, pumayag na kami na mai-bargain, 4 siya, pero 80 hours siya, pero tig to 20 hours na lang. So that concept and framework of the HOPE, paano mo siya i-articulate dito sa tertiary PE? Kasi in the old curriculum that we have, some of you here, because dahil ito'y wala pang CMO, we just had a meeting last 2 weeks ago ba, to finalize this because there is a concern for articulating the university sports. And hopefully, we had actually presented our resolution and hopefully ay mapirmahan na ito. This was approved by the Commission and Bank. Ang kailangan na lang ay signing for the CMO. Now, others are not yet implementing it because they're still tied with the old curriculum. There's no problem with that. But others are doing this na. Why? Because they saw the importance of the context of making use of our graduates in the senior high school. Because ang context nito ay nakabase dito sa Dex Order number 58, series of 1990. Imagine mo, 1990 pa yung curriculum. So, anong year na ngayon? 2021. Nagbago na yung landscape ng education ng K-12. And yet, hindi mo babaguhin yung context mo ng pagtuturo mo doon sa tertiary. But I am not saying that those who are implementing it is bad. No, it's not. Because you're still right. Because there's no mandate pa for the CMO and the PSG for this. But once this will be approved and signed, those who implemented this will no longer make any, big effort to restructure the curriculum because naka-attune na sila. But it's okay naman. That's a dynamic. In this pandemic, buhay kasi ang curriculum. The curriculum is dynamic. Always remember that. Okay? Hindi yan, there's no right and wrong in doing things now. Okay? But as long as we are following certain regulations, that's why we have policies, standards, and guidelines. So this opening of PE courses in the tertiary level is currently anchored on this. But how are we going to enhance and how do we envision this curriculum? Since the former curriculum is not OBE, and you just translate it to OBE, the PATPIT is standard-driven. We have two main standards as an outcome. One is active and healthy living, which these learning outcomes are targeted in all the courses that we have. That the students should know how to access, synthesize, and evaluate information because they're done from grades 1 to grade 12. Paulit-ulit din na pinag-aaralan yan. Ano ang kailangan ngayon sa tertiary? There should be self-direction na. Because itong pandemic na to, ang tinuro talaga sa atin is self-direction, self-directed learning. So, yan yung ngayon na tinitingnan natin. In our case, tayo, kung merong isang subject sa curriculum, na, okay, na very important at relevant in this pandemic, it's PE. It's PE. So, nakita ngayon ng mga bata ang importansya na, my God, ito pala yung pinag-aaralan ko sa classroom. Na hindi ako pwedeng matulog ng 7 oras. I need to work out. No, I need to do certain physical activities. Magagamit na ng bata. Why? Because in the health optimizing PE, we're changing the behavior, the healthy behavior. We're teaching them to become critical in accessing, synthesizing, and evaluating information. Okay? They know how to apply now concept of problem because we cannot do away with values. Kaya ang hirap ngayon magturo online. Dati sa face-to-face, nakikita mo yung kung paano talaga ang actual na ginagawa ng bata. Ngayon kasi ang mabubuo sa ating behavior sa bata and values is honesty and trust. But how can we develop grit in this time and age? Kaya yung hidden curriculum na component, let's teach the E of PE. And that's the education. Okay? So yan yung tinitingnan natin. And we cannot do away with the values that we need to have. Kaya kanina, I'm listening to the questions, how can we assure that the students are practicing the right, how are we going to measure them? So it's a challenge, actually. It's a challenge. And how do we know that the student is participating into a more moderate and vigorous physical activity? Kaya, si teacher ngayon, dapat creative. I will discuss about this context later. And innovative. Kayo katina pinakita ni Madam, no? Inaral ang swimming. Wala naman tubig nasa bed. The students will become very creative. But what's the target of the curriculum? You're going to go back in the outcomes and the standards. If you are saying that the curriculum should provide active and healthy living, what is it all about? And how are you going to target? You have only 3 major outcomes. Dito ka lang umikot. Baka may ginagawa ka, wala naman pala dito. And sayang ang energy. Sayang. And another one is advocacy and promotion. You're done from grades 1 to 10. Lahat, pag isinare sa inyo ang DepEd performance standards, lahat from grade 7 to 10, the students should lead a fitness event. The students in the senior high school, Hope, ano ang performance standard ng grade ng Hope 1? Fitness event, and 2 sports event, and 3 dance event, and ang 4 recreational events. We need to teach in the tertiary that this student should continue their advocacy and promotion. They should have to devise and apply and appraise a range of strategies and promote practical and creative intervention that will create the community connection. The perspective of Hope is on the SEM model, socio-ecological model. From the policy making down to the individual. Ano yan ngayon? Nangyayari na ngayon yung public policy. Lagi tayong nakadepende ngayon sa IATF. Bawal lumabas, sabi ni Kim Chiu. Di ba? Hindi ka pwedeng lumabas, pero pwedeng lumabas. Basta may batas, pwedeng lumabas. Ang dami nating queue. Nakabase tayo dyan. And that's the institutional policy. Wala tayong magagawa. So, ano ang magiging susunod? The institutional. Your institution. The school as an institution. And then down to the level of the personal. So, tinitingnan natin ito kasi kailangan may connection na tayo ngayon. And the focus is on health and well-being. Hindi tayo nagkamali that our curriculum, when we design the K-12 curriculum, is focused on wellness. Because that is what we need. And that is needed. So, we call it PATFIT because we want to have PA towards health and fitness. It's a lifetime. We cannot just have to stop. Why is now? Everybody is going as their recreational activity. I have a very good friend from PUP. Alam ko maraming taga PUP nakikinig dito. Si Mr. Si Rene is really giving me messages. Pre, let's go to outdoors. Totoo yan. And then the biking. Kita ninyo ngayon. No? Because of the public policy, dahil ang mga tao are required to do biking now at as an alternative way, may mga lane na tayo. And that's how. Sana noon pa ito ginagawa. Sana ito talaga ang importansya na authentic na natututunan ng bata. So now, we cannot stop. We cannot stop after first year or second year, wala ng PE. No, we need to continue. But look at this one. The focus is still on movement competency. Minsan kasi ang ating curriculum nagiging remedial. Dumating na dito sa amin sa college, papag-skipin mo, hindi makapag-skip. So who's the problem? Nasa basic ed. Saan nagsimula? Dapat yung movement competency ay naaral niya ng grades 1 to 3 pa lang at 4 to 6. So may problem tayo dyan. It's a given problem. And then, PATP 2 is focused on fitness test training. It's highly thematic and multidisciplinary. And then, you are provided to choose a menu for PATP 3 and 4. Mamili ang bata, needs-based. Dito kami, yung ini-implement namin curriculum dito ngayon sa PNU is needs-based. Nasa PATP 3 kami. It just so happened that our curriculum here is only PATP 1, 2, 3. Because we align it to our trimester, because PNU is trimester. And we are giving importance to our teachers. Kaya 3 units ang aming PE1, 3 units ang PE2 namin. And the choice of dance, sports, and dito. Needs-based. Ang hirap lang. Kung yun lang ang topic na didiscuss ko sa inyo, talagang mahabang-mahaba ang prosesong pinagdaanan namin tungkol dito. So these are the proposed, no, PE. So, since it is outcome-based, I'm very particular about curriculum mapping and hitting the curriculum map. Okay? And targeting the competency, which I'm going to discuss later. So, because I think kulang ako ng time para for this. So, what are these code? Ibig sabihin, you have 2 standards, you have the courses, you have 3 outcomes, which I discussed yung outcomes kanina, no? So, yan. Ito yung standards, ito yung outcome 1, outcome 2, outcome 3. Ito yung standard 2, outcome 1, outcome 2. Paano mo malalaman yan para sa course? If you're going to look at the code here of hitting the competency, meaning to say, si outcome number 3 for active and healthy living, yun ang terminal. Magkalintik-lintik man, dapat ito ang priority mo na dapat na outcome na makukuha niya. Because si outcome 1 ay ini-enable niya lang. At si outcome 2 ay nire-reinforce na lang competency for that. So si advocacy and promotion, ang target niya ay si outcome 2. Pag tinignan niyo yan, si outcome 1, majority are supplemental. Tingnan ninyo ang lahat ng may terminal dyan. Ibig sabihin, dapat yun talaga ang nade-direct na hit mo. I'll just discuss it later thoroughly pa. Okay. Now let's go to the context. That is the overarching philosophy and principles of our curriculum. Why do we have a curriculum? No? What are its design? Ano ang standards? Pero it should be contextual. No? Ano ang context natin? Sa context natin ngayon, talagang nabigla tayo. Because hindi natin inaasahan ng Education 4.0 ay nasa harap na natin ngayon. Hindi natin inaasahan na in our lifetime, makaka-experience tayo ng ganitong pandemic. So, what happened? School closed because of the coronavirus. Okay? pandemic. Sabi that the new normal is being created now. We are building it together with every one of our acts every day of this pandemic. The way in which we behave, we work, live, communicate, and care for each other is creating a new fabric as if we are stitching together a global quilt. Kaya kung ang nagtuturo ka ng PE na pang grade 10, kita na dapat ng bata ang worldview ng fitness. No? So, madali niyang marirelate na nakatingin siya sa World Health Organization as a perspective of these guidelines. No? At pagpasok niya sa bahay niya, alam niya, nakaka-relate siya, nakisasabihan niya yung nanay at tatay niya, halika, magsitayo tayo at tayo mag-exercise, halika, mag-plank tayo, o halika, ganito. Lalo na yung mga nasa sa rural. Ngayon nga, sabi ko, isang malaking opportunity at parang isang malaking kayamanan ngayon ang nakatira ka sa rural area. Kasi you have space to move around. Open. Kesa dito sa atin sa urban, na pag talagang na-lockdown ka, you will just roam around. Kung maliit ang bahay mo, kawawa ka't kulong ka. So we never thought of that. So the new normal is like this one now. And the pandemic really fast-tracked our shift to Education 4.0. Dati sa mga lectures ko, ewan ko, may nakakarinig sa akin dati ditong mga lecture ko, sabi ko, baka ang school sa susunod na mga pagkakataon ay naka-hologram na. Igaganon mo lang yung kamay mo, lalabas na yung hologram, andyan ang estudyante mo, at pag ayaw mo sa estudyante mo, ikiklik mo siya, naka-out na siya. O kaya ang bata, ikaw din, pag ayaw sa'yo, out ka na. And it's like that. So, hindi natin ini-expect na we will just look at the mirror of our students in that aspect. Hindi mo mahawakan ng bata. Kasi iba pa rin yung nature ng values na nakikita mo sa bata, na na-reinforce mo, na natatap mo ang back for a good job. So, this is it. But, kailangan ba nating mag-alma? Kailangan ba nating magreklamo about this? Hindi. Ito yung challenge. Pero may opportunities tayong nakikita. So, dapat, it should be opportunities. Yung opportunities ay maging challenge-based opportunities. We make the challenges to become an opportunity to us. Okay? So, that's how it is. And, we're now living in the bukad world. Dati buka lang yan. That's volatile. Ambiguity. Uncertain. Complex. Kaya maraming nagagalit na teacher sa DepEd. Because of that. Because the context of education is like that. It is uncertain, it is complex, it's volatile, and ambiguous. Eh, nadagdagan pa ng dalawa. Pumasok pa ang mga disruption. Pumasok pa ang learners diversity. Lahat na ng klase ng learners natin, meron na tayo sa classroom na yun. So, this bukad world is here. Are we going to stop? Are we going to ano? So, yung buka na yan, i-translate natin to sa opportunities, maging vision yan. No? Maging opportunities yan para makita natin ang ganda. Kasi kapag ikaw ay hindi ka sa growth mindset, talagang everything na gagawin na hindi mo gusto, galit ka. And that's the thing. So, how are we going to respond to that? And that's a challenge. So, our current context, we are in the state of public health emergency, and we are almost a year now. The declaration as international pandemic, hindi lang tayo ang nakakaranas nito. The many type of ECQ, and we are just experienced that here in Manila. And up to now, we are in the MECQ, and of course, that act that provides support, the Bayanihan to Heal as One. Pero anong sabi ng dalawang major sector? Education must continue. Okay? Just yesterday, we just had an MOA. Napakaganda ng message ni Secretary sa amin kahapon dito sa PNU because ang PNU ang provider ng NEAP sa lahat ng mga public school teachers dito. Check your regions. You can apply for that NEAP. It's a master's program. Okay? We are capacitating 2,800 DepEd teachers. No? And ang program namin, instead na inset lang na 5 days, hindi. You will graduate with a master's degree. It's a 2-year program. You just check. Those teaching in the public school, tingnan ninyo. I think there are a slot of 100 scholars across the Philippines for PE. And ang ganda ng sinabi ni Ma'am Liling sa amin. Maraming ginagawang mabuti pa rin ang DepEd para sa mga guro. At isa na ito. We are capacitating 2,800 teachers to become masters and PhD holder because you have a PPST, you have the PPSH, and the PP yung sa supervisors. So doon kami nakaangko and we call it LISCO. So sabi niya, if you teach anxiety, if you teach fear, if you teach insecurity, and you are fearful that you cannot move anymore, let's just wait for this thing to blow over. But we don't know when this thing will blow over. So in the meantime, sabi niya, you cannot have 9 months of idle children being restrained in their homes, making them stay at home and having no classes, no learning at all because we are afraid, because we have to work around that fear. We have to work around that fear. So we have just help one another. The way you are attending here for the webinar is your intention to learn and to help our system on how to better, the delivery of physical education in this new normal. Okay? The next normal, I mean. What's the CHED immediate response? Napaka-active ng CHED. By that time na pumutok, naka-anim agad silang advisory which is presented by our speaker, the second speaker. Ano sabi ni Chair? The approach to education should be anchored on the premise that learning must continue. Kaya may mga learning continuity plan. Quarantine or not, learning must continue and therefore it's everybody's responsibility to ensure that flexible learning is delivered during and after this crisis. And higher education institutions are repositories of innovation and vanguards of change. Tayong mga nasa sa tertiary, dapat tayo ang tumutulong sa DepEd. Sa CHED, ano ang mga magagandang pwedeng gawin? So kami, as PNU, as the National Center for Teacher Education, we are required by law to assist DepEd. Kaya ako, pagka DepEd ang nag-invite sa akin, hindi ako humihindi because I really want to be part of the change that they want. And who will do that? Who will do that? So, CHED provided CMOs and policies on flexible learning, which was discussed this morning, capability of delivering flexible learning, the challenges of flexible learning delivery, and all enabling policies. So, this is it. The context is like that. How are we going to respond? I listened to Dr. Byung's very good presentation of what MSU-IIT is doing. It's a very good practice and it's a model. But let me share to you what PNU did in order to respond to this challenge and challenges set by this pandemic. So you know that PNU, we're celebrating 120 this year with as the National Center in Republic Act 9647. Okay, and we have a campus. We have 4 major campuses across the region, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And we called it Hub. Pag Indigenous People's Education, you go to Isabela. Pang Green Technology, which I'm going to share some of the practices. I saw Dr. Magalones attending here. Meron siyang dinevelop na model ng pagtuturo ng PE about that as a green technology, and Mindanao as a multicultural. And we are the lead shepherd of the 3NS of the 10 normal schools, and then convener and leader of the Philippine Teacher Education Network and ASTEN. Okay? We call the program, yung kinamang Byong maganda, kanila inflex, parang inflex, no? We call it here sa PNU as Kaway Aralan sa Bagong Kadawian. Okay? I just want you to, what can you say about this? No? Kung makakapag-type kayo dyan, kasi hindi ko mababasa, no? Siguro just ask nyo na lang later. Ano kayang ibig sabihin nito? No? So, how does the shift to flexible learning feel? Yan ang analogy ko dyan. Madali ba? Mahirap ba? So, yan ang tinutugunan natin ngayon. Okay? So, I'd like to share this to you. I hope you clearly see this and hear this. Okay? So, kindly watch this video.
flexible learning program. Kaway Aralan sa Bagong Kadawian, PNU's flexible learning program that serves as the university's response to the current challenges posed by the pandemic and the delivery of academic programs. The shift to flexible learning will be piloted in Term 1 of academic year 2020-2021. PNU's shift to flexible learning is anchored in the following dimensions. First, the curriculum should teach only the most essential. Second, teaching and learning materials should be accessible to all students in every location. Lastly, changes in assessment will be made. Considering all these dimensions, work on the shift to flexible learning focused on three areas: redesigning pedagogical and assessment directions, recalibrating course tracking, and clustering the instructional preparations such as one-course toolkit for GenNet. Moreover, the new experiential learning program, or practical, will be redesigned as a response to the new pedagogical directions. Throughout the process of migration, PNU faculty and students will receive technological support from the university. This support will cover 1. Improved teaching and learning experience through the use of PNU LMS or ePNU. 2. Setting parameters using other platforms, such as social media, for teaching and learning. And 3. Support to references, such as open access to ebooks and PNU digital library. In the process of the shift or migration, it is expected that a refined teacher education framework will emerge. A series of conversations to discuss matters relating to the delivery and review of flexible learning will be held among faculty and academic officials. Combining the results of conversations and the implementation of the flexible learning program, a redefined teacher education.
Excuse me, Dr. Vergara.
Yes.
Some of our audiences has a problem with regards to the audio. I think it's the share screen.
I already made it.
Share screen, but you have to enhance the.
That
So you can
volume is
reshare it again. Yeah. You reshare it again, Doc.
Can I stop for a while?
Yeah. You
I
can.
need to
You can
stop?
stop the. Yes, Doc.
Sorry, but it's already.
That's okay. So you can optimize the video clip, Doc.
Wait, because I did.
Reshare. Yeah.
Sandali. Naka-optimize na siya. It's already optimized, my dear. Mahina
Yeah, we
pa
can
ba?
we can hear from here, Doc, but the others cannot.
Maybe
So it's
baka
okay.
sa
I think
kanilang
we can continue with
laptop.
the video presentation. That's okay.
And asynchronous activities. Lastly, a hybrid of online synchronous or asynchronous and offline. This modality combines offline activities, such as indicated in the toolkit, as a support for any online work. Ensuring quality in the delivery of the program, constant monitoring and evaluation will be done by the research, planning, and quality assurance domain through the Educational Policy Development and Research Center, or EPRDC. The first phase of the MNE will focus on all the processes conducted by the academic domain during the transition term. This will be done in June to August 2020. In the second phase, course instruction and the assessment of classes will be monitored. This will commence from August to November 2020. The third and last phase will be the analysis and data preparation of all reports from previous phases. There will be workshops to finalize the technical and research reports for the Kaway Aralan sa Bagong Kadawian program. These reports will be the basis for the improvement and refinement of the flexible learning program come term 2 and 3 of academic year 2020-2021. The results of the MNE will also be an input to the refined teacher education framework that is expected to emerge in the implementation of this program. As we move towards the Bagong Kadawian, let us remember our commitment to the university's mission in nurturing innovative teachers and education leaders. Bayanihan sa Bagong Kadawian.
So that's the program. As part of the transition plan, shifting, migrating our programs, our teacher education curricula to the demands of the policies, standards set by CHED in transitioning and migrating to the flexible learning program. We call it Kaway Aralan because on the aspect of, sometimes you need to be very creative in providing nomenclatures to your program. So Kaway pertains to the kawayan, it's the bamboo. Its flexibility kasi, yung kung paano ang characteristics ng kawayan. And aralan as a classroom. And bagong kadaw yan is a term, I think it's an Ilocano term for new normal. Okay? So, just a concept of flexible learning. So, because part of my talk is what are the design, no? So, flexible learning can be as a design or delivery of this program and courses that actually it was made mention this morning by our speaker on the unique needs in terms of the place, space, process, product of learning. And flexible learning ensures the continuity of what? Inclusive, accessible, okay? Education when the use of traditional modes of teaching. It's not feasible as in occurrence of national emergency. So at what level can our faculty handle technology, availability of devices, internet connectivity, use of digital and non-digital technology, covers face-to-face out of classroom? So if you're going to ask me, sir, effective ba siya? We're still on the process of evaluating it. There is a formative evaluation as made mention. So we have a monitoring and evaluation. Talagang mayroong mga challenges, no? And we're addressing these challenges one by one. Then we have also as a pedagogical approach in terms of flexibility of time, the flexibility of place, and the flexibility of audience. So it's going to be the target for this. It is commonly used the delivery methods of distance education and facilities of education. I think this was mentioned a while ago by our speaker. And this is how we're going to, differentiate. No, it should be differentiated because in the policy, in the Innotech Flexible Learning Management System, there are 3 levels of technology to be used in the delivery. So if you did not make a survey on these categories of your students or the level of technology, mahihirapan tayo. That's why the first thing that I suggested in the Institute of PE sa IPORDS, talagang nagpa-survey kami sa mga majors so that we can address well who are on this high level of technology based on the availability, connectivity, the level of digital literacy, and what approach can be used. So talagang it's a careful planning and implementation. If you're going to ask me, sir, madali ba? Hindi siya madali. Talagang it's a time we set time, no? Longer time to further analyze and understand the context. We have medium technology and low-level technology. I'll discuss it later. And then there are various implementations set by the guidelines on the flexible learning. And what we are happy to inform everyone, prior to the pandemic, since 2012, of our outcomes-based teacher education curriculum, PNU has an LMS na. Because in our curriculum, we have 12 units of flexible learning activity. And then in the Object 2.0, based on our revised curriculum, we have flexible learning na activities of 6 hours. So kaya in place ang aming LMS that time. But still, we're still fine-tuning it because our campuses doesn't have an e-learning management system. So like what Dr. Byong told you this morning, discussed this morning about the constructive alignment, which I'm going to discuss also as an example later. This is the kind of OBA syllabus, no? So mayroon talaga kaming portion sa instructional design that is flexible learning. That's why hindi kami masyadong nahirapan in migrating. But we follow certain processes, no? Hindi kami basta nag-identify ng ano lang dapat. May basis kung ano ang dapat na matitira as the most essential learning outcomes. I called it MELO. If DepEd has MELCs, kami dito sa PNU and for tertiary, I called it MELOs, the most essential learning outcomes. So This is the way we approach the shifting of the flexible learning. We started where we are, determined we need via survey. We conducted so many surveys and then responded to the needs of our stakeholders one by one, actually. And currently migrating all programs to flexible learning. And how are we going to do it? We can blend and refine in 3 ways. Look at the curriculum. So you need to streamline, focus the most essential, and rethink what's the course offering. And then how are we going to check? Okay, so we focus on the process. See? Kapag ka ang perspective mo ay tinignan mo kung talagang na product, okay naman yon. But we also look at the way we look at the process. So, to make it humanized. Kaya sabi kanina, di ba, nung ating speaker, actually both si Ma'am Byong at saka yung ating specialist from CHED, na talagang magbibigay ka ng opportunity for the students to comply and complete. Kasi kung standard-driven ang curriculum, kung standard-driven at outcomes-based, saan ka dapat magpo-focus? Sa intended outcomes ng bata. And then we co-owner, no? Ang accountability ng learning is not the teacher, it's not the professor, it's the student. And in this time, nadadagdagan pa because all our printed modules, yung questions kaninang umaga, paano natin mag-check yan? Kaya, when you design the module, you need to design and consider that it is self-directed. No? And how the students will take responsibility in learning. Bahala siya. Kung dadayain niya yan, sinong dinaya niya? Di ba? Sinong dinaya niya? Pag nag-apply siya at hindi niya na-process ang competency at nag-board exam siya, so yung pandadaya niya, apektado pa ang university because isusukat ang university sa number of passers for quality assurance. So it's just like that. And then the implementation, the delivery modality, and it should be differentiated. Okay? How did we do that? So we look at the curriculum and the program. We migrate outcomes, we cluster outcomes, we migrate topics. And in terms of implementation, we check on the platform. Good that we have a platform. Kapag talagang walang platform ang isang university about it, medyo mahihirapan. Ensure the positive use of ICT and the data privacy. Okay? And the differentiation of the program delivery. Then, this is how we able to process the refinement. So you refine the silos, you refine the topics, you cluster, you migrate, and you finalize. I'll discuss it later about this one. So this is the overall framework of the shift. Technology support is very important. Okay? So ano ang dapat nating titingnan for migration? These 3. And these 3 are what we call constructive alignment set by the model presented to us by Dr. Byong this morning. And these are the focus on how are we going to do that. And this is a continuous, no? We are on the 2nd term and starting next week is this week pala. This week is our start of the 3rd term. And we are on this aspect na because we are looking into how we can institutionalize. Accordingly, parang we're in the management, we're thinking of not going back to the old framework. So it should be like this one. Okay? So, given that, so we have the parameters for the context, no, the curriculum, what we do, ano ang ginawa namin. Just to share with you some, these are initiatives which I know each university, no, colleges here are all doing the same or innovating the same. Okay? So, 3 things lang. We focus on curricular modification because we cannot change the curriculum. We cannot change the curriculum. The curriculum is there. Hindi tayo nagpapalit ng curriculum. Ano dapat lang natin gawin? Possible modifications. And then, dito ang malaking punto ng development ng course pa. Kaya yung mga taga-DepEd dito rin kayo na natenga sa pag-develop niyo ng module. But now, PNU is in partner with DepEd. The quarters 3 and 4 of the module of DepEd, ang PNU ang nag-evaluate at nagbabalidate. Okay? So for quarters 3 and 4. And then the continuous review and validation. So how are you going to do the curricular modifications? There are parameters on this set by the Commission on Higher Education Technical Panel for Teacher Education. Nung ginawa namin ang pagmamigrate at pag-analyze ng courses, I just followed this. One is on curricular structuring. Second is how are you going to recalibrate your learning outcomes? Third, how are you going to consider the electives? What are the course requirements needed? What delivery modes are you going to use? And how are you going to conceptualize the internship and OJT practices? Let's start with the curricular structuring. Okay. What are possible modifications? This is a sample, okay, course programming based on the PSG, third year of BPED. Okay? One way to do the possible modification is prioritizing foundational and theoretical and contextual art courses over content performance. Kasi hindi ka pa, I mean, like for instance, I just give an example of this, Philippine traditional games. So paano mo ngayon ituturo ang Philippine traditional games? Paano sila kung ang outcomes ay kailangan nakakapaglaro sila sa klase nila at nakakagawa sila ng mga innovative games. So how are you going to do that? So one way to structure it is baka pwedeng huwag mo munang unahin ito. Ilipat mo muna ito ng time frame niya, maaari sa second semester or hindi naman ito prerequisite unless may prerequisite kayong ginawa to others. So that's one way. As simple as that. Yung mga una naming courses na mga performance courses, hindi muna namin inilagay ng first term. Kaya yung dapat na aquatics, the swimming dapat last term pa, inilagay ko na lang sa fourth year. Kasi talagang yan ang pinakamahirap talaga. Though nag-present kanina ng sample ng mga approaches kung papaano inaral ng bata, no, yung technique niya sa paglalangoy. But authentic assessment, we cannot do it because we need to see the students swim in the real swimming pool. So magiging conceptual ang pagtuturo ng swimming, mahihirapan tayo. So that's one possible modification. The other modifications that can we make is on how we can calibrate the learning outcomes. Paano itina-target ang most essential based on the curriculum map. The practical way of calibrating it is on the learning outcomes and identify the most essential one through the mapping of the curriculum. So based on the curriculum map of BPED, one, you need to identify the degree of emphasis on how program outcomes and courses are covered. Second, you check the mapping and identify what is the most emphasized learning outcome of the different courses. And third, develop the most essential course and third learning outcome. Sample, in our BPED, we have 5 specialization or program specialization outcomes. 1 is disciplinary knowledge. 2 is movement competency and proficiency. 3, curriculum and program planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. 4, professional accountability and responsibility. And 5, kailan makikita yan? Pagka-graduate ng bata ng 4th year, dapat possess niya itong program na ito. Kasi doon sa kaninang hierarchy na pinakita ni Dr. Byong, nakita ninyo, no? From the institutional outcome down to the level ng course outcome. Yung course outcome ang immediate. At papaano matatranslate ang mga big chunk ng outcomes na to as a standards ng curriculum. Meron tayong mapping. Itong mga courses na to, ang courses na kapareho ng BISES. Pag tinignan ninyo, these are all science-based. But, look at the disciplinary knowledge. Is program outcome has its own indicators. Okay? Ngayon, paano natin ita-target? Dito, example, okay? Terminal. Yung degree ng emphasis, 1, yung enable, pinapacilitate niya lang ang achievement ng terminal outcome. So, ini-enable niya lang. So, dito sa course ng Philosophical and Socio-Anthropological Foundation, si PO3 at saka si PO4 are enabling lang. Kasi magagamit niya pa yan kapag nagturo na siya at kapag siya ay pumunta na sa paggawa ng lesson plan, sa paggawa ng assessment, mababalikan niya ulit yung other aspect ng underlying philosophy niya. Kaya ini-enable niya ang attainment ng outcome. But look at PO5, reinforce. Nire-reinforce ang communication skills. Ginagamit mo ang communication as a tool to understand the course. Pero nasaan ang pinaka-degree of emphasis na dapat matanggal itong 2, 3, 4, 5 na yan, mariremain na ang target na outcomes, power, yun yung tinatawag natin power outcomes, ay itong 1 na terminal. Ibig sabihin, kailangang ma-develop ang disciplinal knowledge niya. And mostly, all our content courses, kapag iminap mo, is something to the development of disciplinal knowledge. What is that disciplinal knowledge? Mayroong indicator yan na dapat research-driven and understanding. Now, paano mangyayari yon, sir? Okay. So, we check the map. Sample, philosophical and socio-anthropological foundation of PE and sport. Ano ang outcomes niya? Dapat at the end of the course, makuha niya ang knowledge ng discipline na ito. But, ano ang indicator? Kailangan ang bata sa course na ito nakakapag-apply ng scientific and evidence-based practices critical to the education and learning processes. So yun ang most essential mo na dapat makita as an outcome. Now, with flexible and distance learning mode, where students are not physically present in the school, so less face-to-face, some adjustments must be considered in prioritizing the most essential. Okay. Tingnan natin ang tertiary PE. Ang tertiary PE, 2 standards. Sa standard 1, 3 ang outcomes. Sa standard 2, 2 ang outcomes. Okay. Alin ang target niya? Okay. For pathway 1 and movement competency, ang dapat ma-achieve ng bata as a terminal ay ito. So meaning to say, dapat ang bata doon sa course niya, kung 36 hours and dahil 2 units, makita natin that the student is participating to a moderate to big group. Ito ang challenge sa atin, sir. Ang hirap nga po niyan eh. Kung sa face-to-face, kaya kita ko pag paano po sa bahay? So yun ang challenge ngayon sa atin. But that's the outcome that you're going to use. Okay? Kasi yun ang target. Kasi yun ang nakamap na dapat natin, which I'm going to share also to you later. Okay? So, dito, sa lahat ng pathfit, ito kasi amin sa PNU, no? Sample ko to. Sa lahat ng pathfit, may 4 pa dapat sa isa. Sa lahat ng pathfit, ang 3, no? Lahat yan 3. Pero, pagdating mo dito sa pathfit 3, dapat si 2. Kasi maglalaro yan eh. Mag-i-engage yan. Dapat, marunong din siyang mag-apply, no? Ng fair play, ng empathy. Ngayon, dahil hindi nga nakaka-apply, malalesa. So, ang pinaka-top priority mo talaga ito at saka itong number 2. Merong kadito, pagdating mo ng pathfit 3, lahat are all terminal. Kasi these are all contributory to that. Okay? So that's how we do the calibration. Okay, let's go back. So how are we going to develop the most essential intended learning outcomes? Kaya ang dali lang nito eh. 1, subject. Ano ang program outcomes niya? Disciplinary knowledge. Kasi yun ang terminal. Apply scientific and evidence-based practices. So, paano mo iisipin na itong outcomes na to ay makita mo doon sa subject mo? So, mamimili ka na lang ng most essential hitting that. So, 1, justify the educational value of PE. Ito ang ginawa namin dito. Yan na yung module 1 mo. 2, analyze current issues of sport as a human activity and the distinction and relationship between PE and sports. Module 2. 3, articulate a personal philosophy of teaching PE. So, you have that most essential. Sir, dapat po ba pare-pareho kami? No. It depends upon on how you are going to target how to apply scientific and evidence-based practices. Critical. So, inanalyze mo ang philosophical and anthropological foundation in relation to the critical of the education and learning processes. So, from there, okay? So, ngayon, titingnan mo na yung electives. Dito sa electives natin, meron ditong electives. Kasi naman itong electives pwedeng nababago-bago katulad ditong electives namin. Basta ang 6 units yan. So, as a menu, you can replace or enhance. Baka dito sa mga elective natin ngayon, pwede nating paltan ng mga technology courses na. A provision for ICT. No? Kasi yan ang needed natin. And meron naman tayong freedom and flexibility to add courses as the list of menu. So, wala tayong problema dyan sa elective. Then, course requirements. Paano nagmo-modify? We limit. Kita niyo yung 3 outcomes lang natin doon. So, you target. Ano ang outcomes na dapat indicator na makukuha ng bata doon? So, limit the requirements. Itatapat nyo lang sasabi ni Ma'am Biong kanina, constructively aligned dapat. Articulated kasi siya dapat. And you design an integrative framework. Ako, I saw one of my students and friends here was also attending si JM, si Mr. Devil from Pasig. Meron sila, lagi silang mayroong framework ng integrative assessment. Tinitingnan nila kasi lahat Saan pwedeng mag-converge para yung bata hindi nagawa ng gawa kasi iisa lang din naman pala ang natatarget na outcome. So you need to have a continuous assessment or even a final examination that can be shared. Kaya sabi ko nga, katulad doon sa individual dual sport, sa team sport, kung yan ini-offer mo, alin dyan ang magkocross sila at magkakaroon ng overlapping ng outcomes para yun na lang at hindi na meron ka pa ditong requirements, kaya nababombard ang bata kasi we limit. And then another one is to provide alternative mode of assessment. At yan ay base sa category. Yan ang mahirap ngayon. And then, of course, hindi natin maiiwasan that we work on criterion-based task assessment. No? Kaya ang mangyayari, ang lalabas, pag pinlano mo siya, though this one is on the delivery, no? Yung 3 units natin kasi is 54 hours. In our context, yung 18 weeks na face-to-face delivery mode. Ngayon, talagang yung teaching and learning can be modified in differentiating the students. And number one, sabi nga ni Ma'am Biong kanina, constructive alignment will really help. Yan ang lagi kong, dito sa mga nagpapasa sa akin ng syllabus, yan agad ang number one tinitingnan ko. Kasi kapag ka-content ang inuna mong inisip, hindi OBE yan. Input-based pa rin yan. You need to think, ano ang outcomes? What is the program outcomes? How are we going to target the program outcomes? What are those indicators? And then cascade it to your course. From your course outcomes down to your level of the unit. So it is articulated. No? So in that case, this is a sample that I did. No? On example ko lang. There are 3 types of category of students. What is the most essential learning outcomes? Disciplinary knowledge, apply scientific and evidence-based practices. How are you going to treat it differentiatedly to student category that no capacity and connectivity? So what are your approaches for assessment? What are your approaches for delivery? To make it align. Swerte mo, kung ikaw ay nagtuturo sa FEU, andi dito si Jason, sa UST, sa UANP, sa Lasal, na ang mga bata, 2, 3 ang gadget. May laptop na, may cellphone pa. Pero kung ikaw ay nagtuturo sa isang community college na malapit sa papaano ng bundok na ang signal ay napakahirap, hindi mo pwedeng gamitin ito. But look at that. Iisa lang ang outcomes na tinatarget ninyo. Differentiated lang ang approach sa content, assessment, process, and product. Isa pa lang din ang kinukuha nila. Will it really entail a lot of preparations on our part? But it's really worth it. Pag nagawa mo siya, ng una na mahirap, yung susunod mo, gamay mo na siya. It's a matter of not putting so many things. Sa panahon ngayon, talagang quality over quantity. What is the most essential? What is the needed aspect of competency that the student should acquire? Katulad ko doon sa aking process of teaching. Wala akong ibang requirement. The only requirement is their demonstration, a 20-minute video. But who graded as a process? Process of teaching kasi, no? Proseso kung paano makaka-come up. Peer evaluation. Ito ang rubrics. Ito ang dito ko kayo gigradean. Dito ang standards. Ito at didiscuss natin sa synchronous ang session. Once a week lang kami nagsisynchronous. Ang ganda ng kinalabasan. Hindi nagreklamo ang bata na they have that so much thing to do. Isa lang naman ang kailangan makita. Makita mo kung paano siya naggawa ng lesson plan at paano niya deliver. And to have it validated. Okay? 3 dapat ang nag-assess. It's not only the teacher. Kaya hindi ako nahirapan. May peer evaluation. Kasi you set the standards. Because once the students saw the standards, having that rubric, everybody will adhere to the standards. Pag walang nakikita ang bata kung saan siya na-assess at hindi niya alam, may hirapan tayo. But you need to plan for it. Okay? So yung field of practicum, meron naman tayong guidelines dyan. Hindi pa kami because next year pa ang practicum namin kaya hindi ko masyado pa itong matatouch. Now, do we have a course pack? Like si Ma'am Biong kanina, sa very good toolkit. Yes. But, individually ba ang paggawa? Hindi. I call all the faculty, even in the campuses. Let's discuss. And let's contextualize. Pag itong PATPIT 1 ay itinuro sa North Luzon, ito ang sample, ang kanyang format ay naka-Luzon, naka-North Luzon, naka-multilingual. Okay? To have the values, to have the indigenization and localization of the curriculum. It's very interesting. We have another course pack in the main campus here, but if Dr. Magalona in the Visayas, nasa konteksto nila. Okay? So, we provide that. And tapos na namin ngayon itong tatlong modules na ito ng module ng PATFIT ng 1, 2, and 3. Magkakaiba ng design. Because we saw the design eh. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, curriculum is dynamic. So, this is the framework, no? Naisip ko ito, na na-develop ko, kung papaano natin tutugunan ang PA-based strategies in remote learning. We have the pandemic. What are those strategies? Processes and outcomes, challenges for the 4 quadrant. Kapag ka sa quadrant 1, as a process, you make use of physical activities, ang ginagamit natin ay ang health recommendations ng World Health Organization, the IATF. What are those strategies to do it? Pero pag tinignan mo yung quadrant 2, ano ang mga barriers niya? Social restriction. Hindi pwedeng makalabas ang bata. Hindi pwedeng makipagsayaw ang bata at makipaglaro kasi may COVID, baka mahawa. Hindi siya pwedeng lumabas. Social restrictions and distancing. That's a barrier and that's a challenge. But if we're going to look at the outcomes, ano ang target natin sa PE? Attainment of quality of life. Mabuhay tayo ng matagal. Wala tayong sakit. Hindi tayo dapuan ng COVID. That's maintenance of fitness. What are the strategies to do and achieve that outcome? And what are the opportunities for remote learning? It's still education. So with that framework that I developed, tingnan lang natin. So, ano ang PA, ano ang maintenance as a process and outcomes? Ito ang recommendation eh. Ito lang ang sundin natin. Kung yan ay estudyante mo, the 18 years old, di ito ang reference mo when you design the curriculum, when you design the content, ito. At pag binigyan mo ang bata ng instruction, ito ang dapat mong mahit. Kaya si hodang walking, running, biking, o basketball ka dyan sa bahay mo, this is how you're going to do it. If you're providing a portfolio with them, or a mobile app with them, yan ang target. Okay? And, anong sabi natin dyan? Because exercise is medicine. Okay? You have a strong evidence, moderate to strong evidence, and moderate evidence. O, pakita nyo sa bata. These are the benefits. O, titigil ka sa inyo, wala kang gagawin, magmumukmuk ka, gagawin mong basis na may mental health problem ka at depression. My God! Dapat pagdating ng college, ang mga bata, ano na yan, nung nag-aaral ako nung elementary, ng high school, ang daming risk. Naglalakad lang ako papunta sa school. Wala namang gadget noon, paglalaro ko lang, nasa likod ng bahay. Tatakbuhan, umakit ng puno. Pag nahulog ako, nasugatan ako, pag uwi ko ng bahay, may palo pa. Hindi ako indonurture ng nanay ko, bakit anak? Bakit ka nasugatan? Kaya, lumaki akong matibay. Lumaki akong matapang. Ngayon, that's the problem. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, you teach the E of PE. And that's education. So, look at the opportunity, challenges and opportunities. So, are we expecting in the next coming years when we have a limited face-to-face, ganito tayo sa PE? My God. Diba? Magkakalayo talaga. So, where is interaction? Kasi walang sharing ng equipment. Walang touching ng hands. Diba? 2 meter physical distancing between students. Or, baka palitan na tayo ni Joe. Wala ng PE. Kasi yung mga bata, manonood na lang kay Joe. So those are really a challenge and opportunities for remote learning. So meron kaming suggestions na ginawa because we have a real opportunity for now. Kaya tulungan nyo, lahat ng nandito. Huwag tayong maging very narrow-minded. This is the real opportunity for our program, for our PE, to rebrand and focus on the health and well-being of our communities. We need to help. Okay? So, ito yung aming approach na ginawa sa PNU across system. We have the PA-based strategies in remote learning. Okay? Ito yung mga strategies. They have 5 strategies which I can suggest, which you can explore. One is the SIPA. SIPA is not the larong SIPA. It's a short, intermittent physical activity, incidental physical activity. Then we have indigenous base, yung mga nasa sa lugar na medyo malayo, yung mga nasa sa lugar na highly agricultural ang mga estudyante, at yung mga nasa sa lugar nasa sa urban na technology, at ang social media na gamit. Magpa-TikTok ka man dyan o magpa-challenge ka man dyan, posted in social media, lahat yan pwedeng gawin. First, strategy 1, the short incidental intermittent physical activity is just a 2 to 3 minute physical activity that requires interruption of an hour. Sige, 5 minutes, I'm done. This was shared to us by Professor Calyanta, and this is the pioneering efforts of UP. No? So, ang UP ang lead person natin dyan, kaya if you want to have approaches kung paano itong SIPA, ang UP ay mayroong SIPA in COVID initiative. It's a very good program by the Human Kinetics. So, ito yon. Ito ang gamitin natin. Kasi ito ang walang gamit, ito ang may direct impact. Kasi sinasabi natin na every 1 hour na pag-upo mo ay equivalent na ilang minuto dapat na may physical activity ka. So, at least sa mga bata aware na pag nasa bahay na siya at nagle-lesson siya, mamaya tumayo siya, at mag-exercise siya. Okay? Just a 2 to 3 minutes. Another activity is indigenous based. No? It's a doable, practical alternative in making oneself physically active. This is Dr. Madonna Gonzalez of PNU North Luzon. Yan. Hindi ba pwede yung gawin ng bata sa mga bahay nila? Na may ganyan silang mga lusong? Or mayroon silang ginagamit na indigenous teka, meron pa. Yan. Oh. Hindi ba pwede i-contextualize na ganon? Na lahat ang gamit mo ay ganyan? Oh. Saan ka nakapokus? Nakapokus ka pa rin sa movement competency kasi may mga basic na movement competency na exercise-based. Oh, kung ayaw mo naman, gumawa ka ng sayaw. Baka mas ma-appreciate pa ng bata. Ituturo mo pa ba yan? Kung ikinagtuturo sa Cordillera, kung ikinagtuturo sa Marawi, na mga bata ay magaling magpangalay, why don't you just provide them opportunity to be creative? And kasi kung pangalay ang aaralin mo, ay kailangan ng flexibility. Pag mag-bend ang knees mo, kailangan mo ng core. So, hindi mahirap yun, hindi madali yun. So, that's one, indigenous base. Another is the green. And Dr. Magalona is here. She's pioneering this to PNU Visayas. Green fitness is environment-based. So, tingnan nyo to. This is from my classmates from Central Luzon. Nasa likod bahay yung bata. Wala kang gamit eh. So pwede mong sabihin na creative one. Pero anong ginagawa niya? Look at that. Another, meron pa yan. Ito mas maganda eh. Anong gamit niya? Buko. Kasi ano lang bang skill na kailangan mong gawin? Eh pagka lumaro na naman siya, at least possess niya yung skill. No? So talagang medyo magiging creative ka. Ito naman sa kabila, yung kina Dr. Yan. Kasi baka mamaya talaga yung bata nasa likod ng bahay niya ipalayan. So paano niya i-contextualize yung ipapagawa mo sa kanya? Wala siyang masyadong gadget na gagamitin. Pero yung available resources niya, well, you need to provide safety, mabuti, no? Parang balance. So, that's very practical. Well, another strategy is technology-based. Ay, ito sa mga mayayaman talaga to. So, alam naman ninyo yan. So, pwedeng, and then we have other materials for speedometer, no? And then, ang pinakamaganda natin yung challenge-based. Pwede mong gamitin yung lahat ng naunang strategies, no? Sa, di ba? Sa Facebook, ang daming nagpa-challenge ng planking challenge. Yan. Kung gusto mo naman ng indigenous, pwede ka naman ng sipa din. Maraming variation yan eh. Okay? Or, the other way around is the other technology-based. So, we provide more opportunities, no, for our students to do that. So, I know you're doing this, but you need to carefully plan and look at the outcomes. The current crisis presents us with a unique opportunity for everyone across the world to rethink the way we strategize in maintaining our fitness. And as PE teachers, we have an amazing opportunity and responsibility to create our new generation of superheroes. What is this? Providing them with their toolkit of weapons, and those are useful, transferable skills that can be utilized across a range of situations, even in this pandemic. I think what awaits is not a new normal, but the next normal. We might differ in our approaches. Some will do that way, others will do this way, or the other way. But always remember that at the end of the day, ano lang ang ating dapat hinihit. That's why we have various policies, standards, and guidelines as our guide, no? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, in this pandemic, nothing is bad. Okay? In looking at how we implement our curriculum. Dynamic ito. Ang magiging bad nito kapag wala tayong ginawa. And with that, I'm thanking the MSU for spearheading this kind of webinar and thanking Dr. Byong and all the officials from the president down to the student tree of MSU-IIT for inviting me here. I hope you get something from this sharing, and should you have other concerns, you can reach me at this number, or I know because we have a limited time, or even provide me an email, or I'm sorry, I cannot accept friends in Facebook na kasi parang 5,000 na siya. But you can message me. Okay? Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat and maayong hapon po.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Vergara. It was very informative and technical talaga. So marami kaming dito din sa mga colleagues ko dito ngayon, nasa amphitheater. Nakikinig talaga ng kasi it's very helpful on our part, especially that we are working on our curriculum also. So it was very informative and educational. Thank you so much, Dr. Vergara.
Thank you.
And as what you have noticed, Dr. Vergara, yes, as what you have noticed, we have a lot of conversations in our chat box sa Zoom kasi marami talagang naging interested sa sa topic natin. Pero unfortunately, medyo kapos tayo ng oras. Pero sana,
I'm so sorry.
kung maulit natin to, we're gonna have a lot of time for you.
Maybe we can have another more discussions yung talagang we can interact to our on their Thank you so much. Thank you to the MSU-IIT family. Thank you so much.
Dami namin dito kami ngayon nakikinig talaga kasi nag-agree kami sa mga pinag-talk mo. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Salamat.
We're gonna have questions, Doctor, from the participants.
Sure, we can siguro we can have two baka kasi we have another speaker pa.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Okay. The question is there a law that states that the school can exempt student athletes from their PE program? This is for the tertiary level. Just want to know if it is against the law. I understand that it has been a common practice, but I would just like to be enlightened on this matter. This is from Jemima Fajardo.
Yeah, pinag-usapan namin yan, my dear. But yung papalabas na CMO naka-spell out doon na hindi siya dapat exempted. But it's if the university has an internal way to do it, it's institutional. Pero doon sa ipapalabas na PSG, all should take whether they are an athlete. Yun ang sinasabi namin. Because the path fit is not something to do with them as an athlete. No? Whether they are advanced in doing their skills whatsoever, there are other outcomes. Okay? Kasi kung ang ating standards ay active living and healthy living, dapat gawin niya rin yun. How can we assure that these athletes are also providing advocacy and promotion for fitness? So, yun. We'll just wait for that. Let's cross our fingers na mailabas na yan within the year so that hindi na kayo mag-worry ng may batas ba o walang batas. But I am not saying because some other institutional agreements yan. May mga institutional agreements kasi with regards to the athlete. Yan yung isang aspeto na tinitingnan ngayon ng CHED, yung relationship ng university sports program to the PE program. At yun ang aming pilit ngayong pinagmemeri. That's a very good question, but as of, if you're going to ask me personally, and my experience being the director of IPERDS for 12 years in PNU, walang athlete sa PNU ang exempted sa PE. They do PE1, PE2, PE3 because they will become teachers. Some of them are major in English, major in math, pero pag nag-apply sa DepEd, dahil athlete sila ay nagtuturo ng PE. At yun ang weapon nila. Dahil kompleto sila ng PE, they know the full spectrum of PE in the college and in PE.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Vergara. We're gonna have our last question. How about the written exam? Is it a priority in this time na outcome-based man siya? From Jomel Dibel.
You check the targets, you check the outcomes, and you agree. Now, sir, papaano po yan? Tinetest po ang ating mga pre-service teachers. Written exam po pag nagkuha sila ng LET. Provide another opportunity for program just to develop the competency for LET taking. But if you're going to ask me, yes, for balance assessment, kailangan pa rin yan. Pero you look at the outcomes. If the outcome sets for a cognitive domain that they need to have, written exam can make use of different performance assessments. They can make use of reflective essays. It's not just about the multiple choice type of exam. So provide more opportunity to be more open on the different aspects. Now, if you're targeting communication as one of the outcomes, the students should know how to write well. And that somehow we can provide more opportunity for students to write. No? Kailangan pati yan, pag-iisipan yung mabuti ang assessment. For balance assessment, we need to have a written exam because our students, especially for BPED, ang take ng exam nila ay pag nag-take sila ng LET, ay kailangan written yun kasi talagang multiple choice thing yon. So but we need to have a separate program intended because we never teach for the test. Yan ang problema sa minsan, no? Ang nangyayari, ito yung outcomes pero ang ginagawa mong assessment ay highly written, which is not something reflective doon sa outcome na tinarget mo because your concern is to teach for the test. Kasi nga you're trying to improve the performance of your students kasi magle-let sila. It's a separate program. Provide a separate program for LET enhancement and test-taking skills for your students. No? Kaya may mga in-house LET review. Pero in terms of looking into the assessment, kung yan ay outcomes-based, kaya nga, it's a backward design. You check the outcomes, what appropriate assessment intended for the outcomes, and before you teach it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Vergara.
For service PE, no. I just want to for service physical education, you check also the standards and the outcomes. No? Ang common na binabigay namin ngayong written exam dito, if you're going to ask me, no, if you're going to check our syllabus and our processes, is more on reflective essays, my dear. So, yung sabihin mo yung written exam na hindi na. Kasi medyo may consideration. But ang tinitingnan na namin dito is on the level kung paano pinroses ng bata, no? Yung understanding niya about the concept and the skills.
Thank you so much, Doc. It's very informative, educational.
Thank you.
All right. We would like to hear from you more, but fortunately,
Yeah.
wala tapos
Oo.
talaga.
Sorry. Medyo napahaba ang
Ah.
aking because I want to take the opportunity because Dr.
Oo.
Byong gave me the guide and I really put it all. Actually, binawasan ko pa yan. Sabi ko nga baka kasing my worry is my friend Sir Jerry is also very important topic kasi yung kanya for depth. So thank you so much everyone. Basta if you want something, just email me. Kung kaya ko yung ibigay, I will be responding to you. Thank you so much,
Thank you so
everyone.
much.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna meet in the future kasi mag-PhD
Sure.
kami dyan sa inyo.
Sure. Just to ano lang ha, kasi may moratorium kasi na hindi ma-open yung U program, but it's already in place for the general doctorate. But if you intend, no, kung meron kayong mga nagawa na paper presentations, publications, may open yung PhD by research in PE and sports. Okay, you just contact me and I will send to you the guidelines for the application to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. All right. So, I will now give the floor to my partner, Sir Leo Santilla. Thank you so much, Dr. Vergara.
Thank you.
All right. So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Vergara. We are actually planning to have more engagements with you and partnership with you in the future to, because really the time is really tight. But yeah, hopefully in the future. So to introduce our fourth speaker, we'll be talking about physical education standards, designs, and strategies in DepEd during the new normal. So he is a Bachelor of Physical Education graduate of Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. He has finished his Master of Arts major in Educational Management at St. Michael's College, Iligan City, and has earned an international diploma in educational planning and administration at the National University of Educational Planning and Administration in New Delhi, India. He is one of the authors of MAPI Reviewer on NCBTS published by Lorimar Publishing House and a member of the Technical Working Group on the formulation of comprehensive sexuality education standards in the Philippines. He has completed workshop training and acquired certificate on leadership and management development course conducted by Civil Service Commission. He's also a focal person on the consultative workshop on senior high school training conducted by Bureau of Curriculum Development, and the focal person on the development of policy guidelines on preventive drug education program and the development of implementing guidelines on citizenship training program. He has completed many national level trainings and workshops as a facilitator and speaker on the mass training of teachers for PE and health in the senior high school program held at Teachers Camp Baguio City and Ecotech Cebu City, both in 2016. So to discuss the physical education standards, designs, and strategies in DepEd during the new normal, please help me welcome the Supervising Education Program Specialist, Assistant Chief of the Bureau of Curriculum Development, CSDD Department of Education, Mr. Jerry F. Krausus.
Thank you very much, Sir Leo. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Before anything else, I would like to thank MSU-IIT, specifically the Department of Physical Education, for inviting me to be one of your speakers in this webinar. Of course, the organizer of this webinar, Dr. Corazon Byong, and the rest of the team, thank you very much for inviting me. And I would also like to recognize the authors of the K-12 PE curriculum, of course, my consultant, both from the Department of Education, the Bureau of Curriculum Development, and some members of the academe, my consultant, Dr. Lordinho Vergara. Ang galing-galing talaga ni Sir Lord. Of course, we also have Dr. Estela Marie Orbistondo from the UANP, Ms. Marivic Pritol from the Department of Education, and Ma'am Abe Fabila of the Philippine Normal University. Permission to share screen, Sir Leo? Can you see now my presentation?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Leia. So for this afternoon, I will be sharing the K-12 PE curriculum standards, the depth and response, and the strategies of the new normal. This is my presentation at outline. First, I will be talking about the difference between the traditional and the K-12 physical education. And the second one is the K-12 PE curriculum. And the last outline is about responding to the needs of the new normal. So I will be talking about the learning modalities set by the Department of Education and some strategies. Did you see my next slide, Sir Leo?
Yes, sir.
I really, is it moving? I really don't know why I am stuck in the second
Wala.
slide.
Ato ang back up.
I can't.
Try to present on your behalf, Sir Jerry.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Leo. Am I going to stop sharing this presentation, Sir Leo?
Yes, we'll try to stop sharing and then share it again, sir. Then we will prepare the backup first.
Okay.
Para in case it will not work, it will still not work, then we can have the backup.
Permission to share again. Okay. Share. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay na ba, Sir Leo? Hello, Sir Leo? Okay na po?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. So the difference between the traditional and the K-12 PE curriculum, we all know that physical education is important, right? And actually, it is critical to learners being active and successful in multiple components and layers of their lives, even in this pandemic time. According to Dr. Vergara, that PE is now very important in this pandemic time. There have been so many researches and other trending data that indicates learners who are active for 30 to 60 minutes each day are going to be healthier, they feel better, and of course have a more positive academic attitude towards learning. So we simply put it is great to be physically active every day. However, the question is, which type of physical education class are we referring to, or which type of physical education do we prefer? Is it the traditional or the K-12 PE curriculum? So even up to this time in the pandemic time, these are some of the questions, from the teachers, if are they really employing the traditional kind of PE class or the K-12 PE curriculum. So physical education has evolved significantly over the last decade, and it has journeyed a long way into the lifelong skills arena, and experts from the academe and the curriculum specialists from the Department of Education and other universities are now instructing a whole slew of new skills and activities in the K-12 PE curriculum, and Dr. Vergara knows about that. The PE class that many of us grew, and I know that you will agree with me, was a healthy dose of team sports and traditional single and dual activities. Gan are the days na pag sinasabing PE, pang sports lang talaga, no? So the traditional PE, next slide. Sir Leo, it's not really working for my next slide. Um, will you help me facilitate my presentation? Perhaps you can use the presentation I sent uh, 2 days ago. Sir Leo? Ayan. Okay. There you go. So the traditional PE, it's basically, if we talk about traditional PE, it's more of the development of the skill competence in sports, activities. The existing resources are not that updated. And then most of the content of the traditional PE is sports dominated. And then it is a teacher centered. So that's the traditional PE. Now, while talking about the K to 12 PE curriculum, the K to 12 PE curriculum nowadays is a standards based. So it seeks to answer what are the desired learning outcomes of a PE, what do we want students to know, what do we want students to do based on what they know, and what do we want students to be based on what they can do. So it assumes that students learning is the primary objective of this learning area in this PE curriculum. So I think that sounds good to us as PE educators. In the K to 12 PE curriculum, the learning often happens through movement as per sound physical education pedagogy. And it definitely does not settle for movement with no purpose or connection to learning. And I would like to underscore that statement that teachers when performing different physical activities, it's very important for the learners to really have that value that why they are actually doing that physical activity. The physical activities that they're actually performing has to be, connected with, of course, with the content, with the standards, and then more than that, the value that they will be able to learn out of that physical activities. So that's very important. Valuing of the different physical activities, most especially in this pandemic time, is very, very important. So traditional programs that focus solely on keeping students moving are outdated already, and it's impossible to advocate for our profession when that's the primary objective. The K to 12 PE curriculum is also a learner-centered because it acknowledges that students learn at different rates and in different ways. So in this case, that instructional strategy, what we call differentiated instruction, and the time modifications are very, very important. So Dr. Vergara said that teachers in this time should be creative, should be innovative in coming up with different strategies in conducting PE class. But then differentiated instruction as an instructional strategy is also very important in this pandemic time. And I know that the teachers are already aware of this instructional strategy, differentiated instruction. So in addition, standards-based in physical education adheres to the notion that students' grades should be an accurate reflection of the students' learning. That's the ideal. In case you were wondering, assigning a grade based on what one wears to physical education or how much one participates are not accurate reflections of the students' learning. Because based from our monitoring and evaluation on the implementation of the MAPI curriculum, there are still a lot of teachers that in their assessment process, the wearing of the uniform and the participation are still part of their assessment. So students have to participate in physical education in order to demonstrate learning of the physical education standards. That's the reason why they participate. So participation becomes an expectation rather than something that students are rewarded for doing. So that is something to think about as a PE teacher, that we really have to shift now or think clearly on how are we going to assess our learners in the conduct of PE. The next slide. Sir Leo, I really have problem with moving on the next slide here.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we will show or present the slide for you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
We may
Stop share. Yeah.
ano, stop the
Yeah.
sharing first.
Stop share. Yes, sir. Um, Hindi pa yan, Sir Leo. Okay. Okay. And yeah, okay. So next slide, Sir Leo. Next slide, please. Okay. So according to Dr. John Arati from the Harvard Medical School professor states that our physical movements can directly influence our ability to learn, think, and remember. And it has been shown that certain physical activities that have a strong mental components such as dance or tennis enhance social, behavioral, and academic abilities. So, yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, now let's talk about the K to 12 PE curriculum. Sir Leo, please go back to the previous slide. That's the K to 12 PE curriculum. Okay, fitness and movement education content is the core of the K to 12 PE curriculum. So which means that physical education these days has steadily morphed into the fitness and lifelong skill zone, which includes, of course, the value that the one that I mentioned earlier, knowledge, skills, and experiences in physical activity participation. So fitness and movement education in order to, of course, the goals of the PE curriculum to achieve and maintain health-related fitness and, of course, optimize health. Next slide, please. Move to learn is the context of physical activity as the means for learning, while learn to move embodies the learning of skills and techniques and the acquisition of understanding that are requisites to participation in a variety of physical activities that include exercise, games, sports, dance, and recreation. Next slide, please. And according to Dr. John from the Harvard Medical School, that physical movements can directly influence our ability to learn, think, and remember. So it has been shown that certain physical activities that have a strong mental component, such as dance or tennis, enhance social, behavioral, and academic abilities. So each person's capacity to master new and remember old information is improved by biological changes in the brain brought on by physical activity. So this is how important is physical education in the learning process of our learners. There is a move that PE curriculum will be dropped or integrated in the different learning areas in the key stage one of our basic education. But then we told them that instead of removing that, why not integrate physical activities into the different learning areas? So learning in math, learning in English, learning in science, and other discipline learning to move or move to learn tenet of a PE curriculum is very important. And there have been a lot of studies about that idea. So when we combine movement with any new learning experience, we get extra benefits because new connections form in the brain as a result of learning a new task. Next slide, Sir Leo. Another important term in the K-12 PE curriculum is the physical literacy. And in the K-12 PE curriculum, one of the key changes to this reform actually of the national standards was the incorporation of the term physical literacy as the goal of physical education. So we have language literacy, we put emphasis on health literacy, um, uh, um, uh, financial literacy, but we also have to put emphasis, the curriculum should also put emphasis on physical literacy. So there is a good definition of physical literacy from the Aspen Institute that physical literacy is the ability, the confidence, and the desire to be physically active for life. So when we talk, next slide, Sir Leo. So when we talk about physical literacy being as an ability, so this is the competency in basic movement skills that a learner, a physically literate individual should be able to have that competence or competency in the basic movement skills and the overall fitness to engage in a variety of physical activities. Physical literacy as an ability is also a result from a combination of informal play and deliberate instruction or practice. Physical literacy as confidence is about knowing that you have the ability to play sports and enjoy other physical activities. When you are physically literate, you have that confidence to participate in a wide range of physical activities. And this is also a result from participation in inclusive programs, and there are provisions for a supportive environment. So when we talk about supportive environment, this is our family, our peers, the school, and the entire community. And physical literacy as a desire, this is the intrinsic enthusiasm for the physical activities, whether it is organized or unstructured formats. Example, play or recreation. So this is achieved through early or positive experiences. So clearly, each of these definitions indicates that the acquisition of the physical literacy is the result of a lifelong process. This is not a one-shot goal of the PE curriculum. This is a lifelong process. That is why movements, the concept of movements, games, and other strands in the physical education curriculum was introduced starting kindergarten up to grade 12, because this is a lifelong process. And as a PE teachers, we should ensure that we really have to put effort or importance on this, because this is the foundation. Sabi nga ni Sir Lordy kanina, parang nagiging remedial yung ating curriculum. Kasi pagdating sa college, no, talking in the context of PE, parang ang mga bata hindi pa marunong yung pag-skip man lang or pag-hop man lang, hindi pa sila ganun kasanay. So as a PE teacher, it's very important that we should put emphasis and be serious in our teaching of the different concepts of movement in the basic education. So this is in which the mind and the body continuously adapt to the changes that come as a result of the human development and aging cycle. Next slide, Sir Leo. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about the learning strands. Next slide, Sir Leo. Okay. The PE curriculum has 5 learning strands, and the first is what we call the body management. So when we talk about the body management, this includes body awareness, the space awareness, qualities and relationships of movements, and how these are used dynamically in various physical activities. So basically, starting grades 1 to 3. The second learning strand is the movement skills. This is related to the fundamental movement patterns and motor skills that form the basis of all physical activities. We also have the games and sports consisting of the simple, lead up, and indigenous games, as well as individual, dual, and team sports in competitive and recreational settings. We also have rhythms and dances, include rhythmical movement patterns, the promotion and appreciation of the Philippine folk dance, indigenous and traditional dances, as well as other dance forms. And lastly, physical fitness, which includes assessment through fitness tests and records, interpreting, planning, and implementing appropriate programs that support fitness and health goals. So all these learning strands of the PE curriculum were distributed progressively across grade levels from kindergarten to grade 12. And later on, we'll be showing to you how the sequence of these learning strands are distributed across grade levels. So the acquisition of the physical literacy serves as the foundation for lifelong physical activity participation. Physical literacy is the overall broader impact of the K-12 PE curriculum, because we believe that by acquiring physical literacy, or an individual who is physically literate can actively participate in a wide variety of physical activities, which is critical to maintaining and promoting health, which is the very reason why do we want to become physically literate, because we want to maintain and promote health. No, it's not like what I said, traditional PE is more of the sports community content, or it's more of the development of skill in sports. But K-12 PE curriculum is about being a physical literate, which is critical to maintaining and promoting health. So thus, the health strand in the senior high school, grades 11 and 12, is seamlessly integrated in the PE curriculum. Na marry na yung PE and health education in the grades 11 and 12, or senior high school. So this strand optimizes the learner's potential for health and well-being and contributes to building healthy and active communities. So that's the course title, Health Optimizing PE, or HOPE, in the senior high school. Next slide, please, Sir Leo. I would also like to put emphasis on the CS PAP. This is the Comprehensive School Physical Activity program, as also a basis of acquiring activities to become physically literate in order to maintain and promote health of an individual. The CS PAP is actually a framework for planning and organizing activities of these particular components. So the CSPOP is a multi-component approach. Again, it is a multi-component approach by which schools use all opportunities for students to be physically active, meet the nationally recommended 60 minutes of physical activity each day, and develop the knowledge, skills, and confidence to be physically active for a lifetime. So a CS POP reflects strong coordination and synergy across all of the components. Physical education as the foundation, physical activity before, during, and after school, and staff involvement, and family and community agreement. So you see, the 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 development of a particular learner to become physically literate is not just only the work of one particular dimension, but it is a collaborative effort of all aspects of influences. So that includes, of course, the curriculum, your family, the staff involvement of the school, and even the whole of the education sector. And Of course, you can also perform physical activities, not just only within the four walls of the classroom or within the time of PE, but you may also perform different physical activities based from what you've learned in PE class outside the school or even at your home. Next, that is why the K to 12 PE curriculum serves as the foundation of the CSPAP. So the slide right now is actually the curriculum framework of the PE curriculum that I am talking about. Again, the ultimate broader impact of PE curriculum is physical literacy to develop a physically literate individual. And the three components of these, the fundamental movement skills, the fundamental motor skills, and activity-specific activity has been distributed across grade levels progressively. So from kinder to grade 12. So why we're actually aiming an individual, a learner, to become physically literate, of course, should start from yourself so that you will be able to influence that also to your family, to the school, to the community, and even to the larger society. So the goal of the PE curriculum is really to produce a graduate who lives an active life for fitness and lifelong health. So mas maganda no na pag-ingatan talaga natin yung ating mga sarili, mas maganda na malaman natin ang mga lahat ng ito so that we'll have a longer life. So hindi lang puro academic, physical activities are very important also in our lives. The next slide, Sir Leo. Okay. Uh, this is a slide that I borrowed from Dr. Estela Marie Orbistondo of the UANP, and I'd like to thank her for allowing me to share also her slide. In a nutshell, this is the K to 12 PE curriculum. So she made it this way so that it will be easy for the teachers and the stakeholders to understand the K to 12 PE curriculum. So you have there the first column, the grade level, and then the second column, it's about the school physical activity program standards and the PE standards. So in key stage one, during the foundation year of the students, they're actually given a regular practical opportunities to practice a wide range of fundamental movement skills in order to begin to develop movement competence. That's the foundation years, and we should put emphasis on that because that's physical literacy. And students will begin to develop competence through regular practice in a wide variety of fundamental movement skills and demonstrate creative thinking when linking them together in order to perform simple movement sequences. And in this particular key stage, students play a range of minor games and develop an understanding of how to apply basic rules and demonstrate safe and fair play practices. So they develop the knowledge and skills to transfer and adapt what they have learned in a game or movement activity, basically in the next key stage, to similar context and create their own simple games that can be played in small groups. Now, for the key stage two, that's grades 4 to 6. So what do we expect? No, what's the learning outcomes? Students continue to develop competence in fundamental movement skills and are introduced to a more complex skills. So, by the way, the K to 12 PE curriculum approach is in a spiral progression. They learn to combine the movement skills that they've learned in the key stage one and are given opportunities to creatively sequence a range of different movements. So performing more complicated movement patterns and improving their performance in a range of physical activities. So the physical activities introduced in grades 4 to 6, we have target games, striking games. So these are the games introduced in key stage 2. Students begin, in key stage 2, students begin to learn about the common features of minor and modified games. So expand their understanding of movement strategies, for example, the creation of space, defending an area, or moving the ball away from a defender. So, and increase their sense of success in, in movement activities. For key stage 3, that's grades 7 to 10, students critically reflects on factors that influence their perception of themselves. So students practice using self, the management skills, and creative and collaborative processes to work within a group or team to communicate effectively, solve problems, resolve conflicts, and make decisions in classroom, movement, and social context. So through their participation in the different physical activities introduced in this key stage, grade 7 to 10, students develop the knowledge, understanding, and skills to select, implement, and maintain an appropriate physical activity routine that enhances their health and well-being. So they understand the benefits of being physically fit, and fitness can be improved and maintained through participation in specific activities. Now, for the last key stage 4, that's the senior high school, grades 11 and 12, students learn to plan, implement, monitor, and evaluate personal physical activity and health programs to enhance their well-being. So they understand the roles that physical activity plays in stress management, energy balance, and social, cultural, and cognitive development. So students planned and participate in a range of outdoor recreational activities, of course, in their local community that create community connection and contribute to individual and community health and well-being. So you see how the curriculum framework of PE is reflected in our standards or outcomes. So they propose practical and creative interventions that will promote their own health and well-being and that of a wider community, which is reflected in our curriculum framework. So these actions may include designing spaces for active recreation, active transport options, sustainable strategies for selecting food sources, and promoting environmental sustainability. So as the curriculum is being enhanced, and nowadays curriculum is being enhanced, but I don't want to preempt the process that they're actually doing right now in the Bureau of Curriculum Development. Writers need to ensure, or the curriculum specialists need to ensure that the following focus areas are appropriately represented across the scope of the expected learning. So foundation to year 10, that's kinder to grade 10, and then grades 11 and 12, it is not intended that the curriculum will prescribe learning in each of these focus areas in each year or band of schooling. However, it is expected that students will be provided with regular opportunities to revisit these focus areas across the years of foundation to year 10 as they mature and their ability to understand more complex concepts increases. Next slide, Sir Leo. Um, next slide. Next slide, Sir Leo. Next slide, Sir Leo. Let's move on to the responding to the needs of the new normal. Yeah, that's it. Responding to the needs of the new normal learning strategies and modalities. According to our secretary, Secretary Norma Polis Briones, that education must continue and the children cannot wait. So we need to find ways for learning to continue. And that is why last year during the pandemic, the Bureau of Curriculum Development were able to conceptualize and put into action the the enhancement of the curriculum or the streamlining of the curriculum, which we call the most essential learning competencies. Next slide, Sir Leo. Uh, Next slide, please. Okay. So in order to provide guidelines to all units of the Department of Education, the department developed actually a BELCP, or the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. This is a package of education interventions. So basically, the content of this document is more of education interventions that will respond to basic education challenges brought about by COVID-19. So the basic education learning continuity plan stands on the following principles. Next slide, Sir Leo. Okay, that's the guiding principles on the creation or the development of the basic education learning continuity plan. So first is to protect the health, the safety, and the well-being of the learners. Ensure learning continuity through K to 12 curriculum adjustments. So this is where MELCs came in, and the alignment of the learning materials, the SLMs, and the introduction of the different learning modalities, which we're going to show you later, and the provision of the corresponding teacher and parent guardian or a training. Also to facilitate the safe return of teaching and non-teaching personnel and learners to work and schools, be sensitive to equity considerations and concerns and endeavor to address them as best as we can, and then link and bridge the BELCP to that ends a pivot to quality and into the future education under the framework of the Sulong Educalidad and the futures thinking in education. So basically, that's the guiding principles of the LCP. Now let's move on to the first initiative or a response of the Department of Education to address this pandemic. Sir Leo, next slide. Okay, so the K to 12 most essential learning competencies. So the DepEd releases the MELCs to be used nationwide by field implementers only for this school year 2020 to 2021 only. Okay, and the release of the MELCs is not just a response to addressing the challenges of the current pandemic, but is also part of the department's long-term response to the call of the Sustainable Development Goal 4, number 4, to develop resilient education systems, and most especially during emergencies. So the MELCs will enable the department to focus instruction to the most essential and indispensable competencies that our learners must acquire. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So again, the K to 12 most essential learning competencies, number one, is not a departure from the K to 12 curriculum. No, we use the same curriculum standards across learning areas and different learning competencies. Uh, Standards and content performance standards are retained. There is a focus on the attainment of the 21st century skills. The codes and the tag materials are retained for merge and retained competencies, and all learning areas will still be taught and aligned with the Sulong Educalidad framework. So again, the MELCs is not a deviation or a tot or a reform made by the Department of Education. Still, we are grounded on the K to 12 curriculum guides if we talk about standards. Next slide, please. So releasing the MELCs does not diminish the standards set by the full K to 12 curriculum guides. Rather, these serve as one of the guides for teachers as they address the instructional needs of learners while ensuring that curriculum standards are maintained and achieved. This slide shows the review covered the following. So how we come up with the most essential learning competencies. So first, we did the mapping of the essential and the desirable learning competencies within the curriculum. So based from the original document, the K to 12 PE curriculum, we map it out and we identify learning competencies that are essential and desirable. Okay, and after the mapping is the identification process of the prerequisite knowledge and skills needed to prepare students for essential learning competencies. And the third phase is analysis of the interconnectedness of the prerequisite knowledge and skills among the learning competencies for each subject area. So let me emphasize that these uh, processes were being made to identify the essential learning competencies. Hindi pa po ito yung sa most essential learning competencies. Next slide, please. So this is our basis in identifying the desirable learning competencies and the essential learning competencies. So when we talk about desirable learning competencies, what may enhance education but may not be necessary in building the foundational skills. But we did not disregard the desirable learning competencies. We also put importance on these learning competencies. But when we talk about essential learning competencies, what the students need or considered indispensable in the teaching learning process to building skills to equip learners for subsequent grade levels and consequently for lifelong learners. So that's essential learning competencies. Next slide, please. So learning competency is essential if it is aligned with the national standards. If it connects the content to higher concepts across content areas, that is why we have the vertical and the horizontal articulation of the learning competencies across in all grade levels. No, I mean in all subject areas. It is also applicable to real life situations. And if students left school after this grade, it would be important for them to have this competence. Uh, uh, yeah. And then it wouldn't be expected that most students would learn this through their parents' communities if not taught at school. Next slide, please. So in determining the criteria for the selection of the most essential learning competencies, so we already identified the essential learning competencies based from the review, based from the process that I mentioned a while ago. So ngayong meron na yung mga essential learning competencies namin, we actually use the descriptor endurance in identifying the most essential learning competencies. So they are considered, endurance was considered to be the primary determining factor in identifying the most essential learning competency. So a learning competency is considered enduring if it remains with the learners or it is useful beyond a single test or unit of study. So hindi po ganon kadali yung proseso sa pag-identify ng most essential learning competencies. Next slide, please, or Leo. Ito yung mga proseso na pinagdadaanan ng pag-identify namin ng most essential learning competencies. From the K-12 curriculum guide, which is the working document, then we identified all the essential learning competencies in all learning areas, including PE. And then from there, because of the descriptor endurance, then we were able to identify the most essential learning competencies. Na ngayon ay ini-implement na po sa field. Next slide, please. So as a general rule, learning competencies, some of the learning competencies are retained. It is retained if it satisfies the endurance criterion, which greatly contributes to lifelong learning and is a prerequisite skill to the next grade level. It is merged or clustered if they have the same objective or learning intention. It is dropped if they are too specific and articulation is similar to that of a learning objective. And some of learning competencies in the MELCs were rephrased to be more concise. Next slide, please. So I'm showing you an example of a most essential learning competencies in PE. This is grade 1, quarter 2, the first column. You have there the standards, the content, and the performance standards. And on the second column, that's the K to 12 learning competency. So there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 learning competencies for grade 1, quarter 2. The highlighted learning competency in that second row were being highlighted and retained as a most essential learning competencies, because the highlighted is one of the 4 PE curriculum standards, specifically valuing physical activities for enjoyment. So there's a reason why we rephrased, why we retain, why we drop, and why we merge or cluster the different learning competencies. So that's very important for the educators to know the reason, why we're coming up with this most essential learning competencies. Next slide, please. Sir Leon, next slide. Okay. So this is the comparison on the number of learning competencies between the current CGs and the MELS. Next slide, please. Sir Leia, I'm just going to show this to you. I actually presented this so that you will be able to know the comparison of the number of learning competencies from the original document and then to the MELS. So uh, overall, we have 1,443 learning competencies for music, arts, PE, and health. And we were able to trim down that learning competencies into MELS to 998. And allow me to show you also the breakdown of these numbers in the different components of MAPE. Sir Leo, please, next slide. Okay, for music, out of 358 learning competencies from grades 1 to 10, we were able to trim down that into 223 as the most essential learning competencies. For arts, next slide, Sir Leo. That's a 390 from the original document, and then MELS, it's 334. For PE, so from 356 learning competencies, from the original CG, we were able to trim it down to 165, considered as the most essential learning competencies. And then for health education, so from 339 to 276. So that's the results of our curriculum review process. Next slide, please. Okay, another response of the Department of Education is the learning, we introduced the different delivery modalities. Actually, in the central office, there are actually 4 bureaus, and our focus is basically on the curriculum development and national standards framework. Learning delivery modalities is lodged to the office of the Bureau of Learning Delivery, but I would like also to present these important modalities now in this pandemic time. So of course, we have the face-to-face, we have a distance learning, we have the blended learning, and the home schooling. For the distance learning, this modality has 3 types. We have the MDL, or the modular. Next slide, Sir Leo. We have the modular distance learning. I'll go back na lang, Sir Leo, for the previous slide. I was not able to put it here. We also have the online distance learning, or the ODL, and the TV or radio based instruction. So for the modular distance learning, actually busy ngayon yung Department of Education sa pag-develop ng SLM. So this is actually an individualized instruction that allows our learners to use the self-learning modules. This is very famous right now, itong self-learning modules, no, in print or in digital format. So whichever is applicable in the context of the learner and other learning resources like learners materials, textbooks, activity sheets, and study guides and other study materials. So just to provide you an update or an information, our SLMs were developed by our teachers. So from the different regions, and these SLMs were being quality assured by the Bureau of Curriculum Development in the PED Central Office and the rest of the bureaus under the strand of the curriculum and instruction. So yung mga naririnig niyo sa news na mali-mali yung mga SLMs natin, I'd like to share this na hindi po yun na quality assure ng Department of Education, lalo na sa Bureau of Curriculum Development and the Bureau of Learning Delivery. So hindi po siya dumaan sa protocol na meron po tayo sa DepEd. So yun po ay gawa po ng ibang ng mga private entities na hindi po dumaan sa wastong proseso. So again, yung mga lumalabas na mga errors sa SLMs natin, these were not made or quality assured by the Department of Education. Another one is the online distance learning that features the teacher as facilitator, engaging learners' active participation through the use of various technologies. So meron tayong mga handheld two-way radio na ginagamit ngayon yung mga teachers, lalo na yung mga walang internet connectivity. So they're using that handheld two-way radios just to conduct class and then deliver that kind of learning that we want to our students. And we also have the TV or the radio-based instruction that utilizes the SLMs. Yung mga SLMs na meron tayo, kinu-convert yun into video lessons for the television-based instruction at ginagawa ng script ng ating mga teachers converted to radio scripts for the radio-based instruction. So, mabuhay po yung ating mga teachers kasi talagang ganun po kabigat no yung pagod na nararamdaman ngayon ng ating mga teachers, but then sabi ko nga ginagawa natin ito para sa bata, para sa bayan. We also have the blended learning. This refers to a learning delivery. We also have this in DepEd that combines the face-to-face with any or a mix of online distance learning, modular distance learning, and the TV radio-based instruction. We also have homeschooling. This is an ADM or the alternative delivery mode that aims to provide learners with quality basic education that is facilitated by qualified parents, guardians, or tutors who have undergone relevant training in a home-based environment. Next slide, Sir Leo. Another response of the Department of Education is on the learning resources. So first is the MELCs. Second is on the learning modalities. And the third one is on the learning resources. So in addition to the textbooks distributed to the schools, SLMs or the self-learning modules shall be made available in print and digital format. So for use to be used by our learners. So they will be again converted to inclusive interactive ebooks where videos, audio, and even sign language interpretations can be embedded to respond to the needs of the children with disabilities. Now I'm down to my last outlined presentation, which is about the teaching strategies for physical education during the new normal. Next slide, Sir Leo. Next slide, please. Okay. Due to the COVID-19 outbreak, many countries around the world have imposed various restrictions, right? And on social life and education to slow the spread of the COVID-19. And during COVID-19, PE practices in some European countries and in the United States. So I'd also like to share this, the best practices done by our friends from other countries. So in North Macedonia, The school year ended with online teaching and homeschooling. So different teachers use different forms such as online classes with live streaming, recorded videos, tasks for students, and projects or just links to follow. In Hungary, the weekly movement diaries was the most common method to motivate students for physical education. So it's like a journal, no? It's a reflection paper. Sabi nga kanina ni Sir Vergara when there was a question about assessment, kasi of course the assessment should be recalibrated also in this particular time, no? But then instead of putting emphasis on the grades, so why not put emphasis on the journals or other the different portfolios, no? So that's also very important. In Italy, next, Sir Leo. In Italy, teachers were invited to teach via online distance learning. So webinars about most popular sports applications and how to teach physical education. In the United States, SHAPE America is supported physical education teachers by providing online virtual resources for health and physical education, including video and theoretical and practical content. So teachers applied a distance learning program with suggestions for physical education activities that could be done at home. And teachers in Turkey lectured online courses via an education information network called the EBA, prepared by the Ministry of Education. So in addition, live broadcasts were made to students from the EBA TV channel, prepared by the ministry for every class, every day at certain hours. So basically, we have the same learning modalities from other countries. Next slide, Sir Leo. So in general, due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, three scenarios for return to school are discussed now in the world. No, first is on the face-to-face education, including strict reduction protocols. So siguro magkakaroon ng face-to-face education, but of course with strict reduction protocol. So face-to-face education, next slide, Sir Leo, will help prevent the negative social, physical, and mental consequences of inactivity due to quarantine. However, maintaining social distance and avoiding contact in order to control the transmission risk of COVID-19 seems difficult, and seems difficult for physical education classes, especially indoor activities. And always remember that measures should be taken to prevent or reduce contamination in students at risk in face-to-face education. So this is also associated with a high level of hygiene and disinfection. So according to the World Health Organization, by including most of the procedures performed in all countries to prevent transmission. So it is important, next slide, Sir Leo, to prevent students from becoming infected in physical education classes and to protect their health by exercising under professional supervision, according to the International Monetary Fund. Disinfection and professional supervision should be prioritized in physical education classes. So there should be banners related to COVID-19 precautions. Next slide, Sir Leo. Kung magkakaroon na tayo ng face-to-face, dapat merong banner na nakalagay doon outside the gym or whatever place kung saan yung i-conduct. Kalagay doon yung hand washing, the use of masks, yung rules to be followed inside the gym. Teachers should measure the temperature of all students before starting the lesson. PE teachers should use masks and gloves throughout the lesson, and PE teachers should be trained about the symptoms of the disease. So in closed areas, what if pag closed area, especially if the number of students is high, it is obligatory for students to use masks while performing physical activities. Pero ang problema doon, that leads to different diseases like the heart attack, inability to breathe due to evaporation in the mask. So as a PE teacher, it is necessary to use mask in the class, and it is also important to carry out the lesson with light exercises. So kung nakamask yung bata doon sa PE class ninyo, it's very important to employ light exercises and to ensure that students rest intermittently. So if excessive facial sweating occurs, the mask should be changed. So ang dami na nating titingnan, no? Pag naka-face-to-face tayo tapos limited lang. Open spaces are better than confined spaces kasi para ventilated yung area and that's the safest option according to Wang Tang, no, Ante. However, if physical activity is done indoors, the space should be constantly ventilated, no? So importante talaga na well ventilated yung ating venue in conducting a PE class. Reducing the number of students in the classes, decreasing the total number and hours of lessons per week, or shortening the duration of a lesson can also be a solution. But of course, in the Department of Education, we have to wait for whatever guidelines or policy, that will come out. And for sure, pinag-uusapan na po namin ito sa central office. Sports activity increases droplet output and speed. Therefore, social distance should be applied as at least 2 meters. So disinfecting and resting the educational environment after each lesson and extending the transition period to the next lesson are also other measures. And what is more important is that a balanced and health diet in daily life help protects the immune system. And students should be guided to a balanced and healthy diet at school and at home. Next slide, please. For the distance education, the distance classroom model can be used to maximize the continuity of learning. And the magic word, if we talk about distance education, is, next slide, Sir Leo, is motivation. Kailangan dito ng motivation pag distance education. So the state and the school administration should motivate the teacher, and the teacher should motivate the parents. The parents should motivate the students, and cooperation should be made to ensure continuity in education. So this is a collaborative effort of all people, no? So motivation in distance education is very, very important. Students should be provided, next slide, Sir Leo, with information, rich materials, and evaluations. Now, it is important to involve students in decision-making processes if it is distance education. Students should be encouraged to challenge, collaborate, and solve problems. In this process, students and parents can be contacted in multiple ways such as letters, pwede email, phone calls, and video chats pag distance education. If it is asynchronous teaching, access to information is facilitated by sending messages and files to students. You can also access to DepEd Commons. Okay? Alam yan ng mga DepEd teachers. Usually through social media programs or via email. So teachers can increase the effectiveness of education in this way. Some students can access distance learning materials and continue their academic development. However, some students may have difficulty in accessing and interacting with digital learning materials because they do not have an internet network at home. Totoo po ito. And students may not even have a room of their own. No? That's a challenge. Therefore, teachers should aim to make a cognitive, affective, and psychomotor evaluation that ignores the interruptions in the continuity of learning and includes the individual capacities of all students. Allow me also to underscore that the MELCS is not a capstone document. Teachers are given the leeway to adjust the most essential learning competencies. Now, you think that that is significant and significant to the lives of your learners. So you may tweak or adjust the most essential learning competencies kung sa tingin ninyo ay kailangan gawin for as long as hindi ma-compromise yung ating learning standards. So you can do that. That's the initiative, the creativity of the teacher in this pandemic. So basically, the aim is to maintain the physical fitness level of students and to ensure that they move regularly to be healthy and fit. So students' pedagogical readiness in this direction should be increased during the distance education. So in distance education, students can be provided with the necessary documents, learning materials to prepare individual programs for themselves and to update these programs and apply them regularly. The last one is the hybrid education. So we are also, Department of Education is also looking in this possibility, the hybrid education at home and school or face-to-face and distance. So a blended classroom model can also be used to maximize continuity of a learning. In the hybrid education model, students are taught at home on some days of the week and at school on some days. So some classes are distance, some are face-to-face, and lesson hours are generally reduced. It is a model that is applied alternately by separating the students into groups, with some of them at school and some of them are receiving distance education. So face-to-face lessons are generally academic, while distance lessons include lessons such as physical education and life science. So therefore, the programs prepared by physical education teachers gain importance in understanding the value of the lesson. Online programs prepared by physical education teachers should reflect, again, a value-oriented approach that includes behaviors such as socialization, interaction, communication, or teaming. I'd like to emphasize na kahit hindi ninyo matapos ang most essential learning competencies, but the most important thing here is that the learners will be able to value why they are doing this kind of physical activity in this pandemic. Now, valuing is very important. Um, Also, not all students in class are the same level of ability. So teachers should develop online programs that will enable students to develop their basic skills at their own level. So this is a challenge, posed to the teacher. So in summary, a positive role model that facilitates learning healthy life skills can be developed in a physical education setting. So the link between student and the teacher is important, to ensure that learning takes place. So the lack of interaction in the COVID-19 era has significantly highlighted how valuable this link is. So constant communication with our learners is very important. No, wag po natin silang hayaan. Kaya nga ang Department of Education ay ginagawa lahat ng mga learning modalities. Pinupuntahan namin yung mga kasuluk-sulukan, no, sa mountain, no, sa bukid, no, ng mga schools kung kumusta yung kanilang modalities, ano yung ginagamit nila. Kasi education is very important. So this is a new challenge in teaching physical education, and physical education teachers will be a resource teacher. No, you will be a personal trainer and a coach to all the students during the COVID-19 pandemic. And although there is a debate how much these values and behaviors can be obtained, kasi malaking tanong yun din yun if that's what we want to our learners, the value that they get out from the physical activity, but we're talking of the quality. No, kumusta naman yung quality, no? Paano natin i-measure 'yun na talagang ano yung natutunan talaga ng bata. Well, that's another story, no, of our conversation. The last slide, please. I think I'm up now on the last slide. Okay, I'd like to share this with you, to all the teachers. The motto of the PE teachers by Jen Feliz of 2020, that guiding youngsters in the process of becoming physically active and healthy for a lifetime. That's our role. We have to guide our youngsters in the process of becoming physically active and healthy, so that they will live longer as well. Lalo na in this pandemic, no, mental health issues, andyan. Alam kong after this pandemic, baka ang magiging issue diyan na naman ay mga mental health issues na naman. That is why we in the Bureau of Curriculum Development, pinaghahandaan na namin yan. Ano yung mga interventions na pwedeng gawin namin, no, para sa darating na naman ng mga pangyayari. So with that, I would like to thank everyone, and I hope that you learned something from me. Thank you very much, MSU-IIT. Maraming salamat po.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Jerry F. Krausus of DepEd. Thank you so much, Sir Jerry, for discussing about the physical education standards, designs, and strategies in DepEd during the new normal, and how you come up with the most, especially on the coming up of the most essential learning competencies. No, it's really very helpful for our, especially our BPED students who are also watching here, and other HEIs who are present this afternoon. So we are now ready for to entertain questions. So we have here from YouTube Live. If wearing of PE uniform must not be part of the assessment, as you mentioned, sir, how then could we require the students to wear their PE uniforms in our class? Or should we even require them to wear such?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that question. There is a paradigm shift in terms of assessing the quality of involvement or participation of our learners in PE. Because traditionally, I don't know right now, or maybe just a little number of teachers already were in the wearing of PE uniform, because they actually prescribe the wearing of PE uniform, and in the public school, we usually prescribe clothes that are actually available within the capacity of the learners. Yung iba kasi nagpapagawa ng PE uniform, gumagastos yung mga bata. Well, aside from that, it's really that's not really the gauge of assessing our learners if the quality of their participation in physical activities. So perhaps aside from wearing instead of wearing a school uniform, perhaps you can tell your learners to have comfortable clothes, no, not just really a prescribed PE uniform that they will go into year. Of course, clothes that for them very comfortable that they will going to wear during PE class, because it is also very important also to think the safety of our learners. So if they are wearing tight clothes, then of course they will not going to participate in the different physical activities. That is also something that we should also consider.
Jerry, and for another question from Zoom. Will there be a possibility to have a longer time in teaching PE in senior high school po, since the given 1 hour per week is not enough, especially it is more of a performance task?
Actually, alam ito ni Sir Vergara. In fact, nilabi na nila ito before sa kasagsagan ng ating K-12 K-12 curriculum. In fact, nagpasalamat nga kami dahil talagang kasama yung PE and health doon sa senior high school natin, no. I believe na hindi lang naman kasi makukuha yung fitness, no, level natin sa within the four walls of the classroom. No, we can also do that, no, even outside the four walls of our classroom. matagal na yang talagang issue, and that has been the intention also of the Department of Education to really extend the number of hours of PE. But then, of course, there are also other issues that we also have to face, no, by doing that. We're hoping that someday, no, through a policy, we will be able to also extend the number of hours for PE in senior high school, and even in the basic, in the junior high school. I didn't know if Sir Vergara can also supplement my my answer.
Yeah, that's correct, no? As of now, talagang it will take another round of policy for that. I concur with Jerry's na meron naman tayong provision for an out-of-class activity to supplement the learning outcomes, no? So, nasa designing lang kung paano natin bibigyan ng opportunity, since ang mga ito naman ay belongs to a matured level na rin ng parang entry na yan going to the college. Actually, parang first year to second year college na rin sila. So, we hope, no? But for the meantime, limited lang kasi yung number of engagement ng oras ng bata for DepEd. So, we'll just hope and pray na mabigyan ng additional time, no, for that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vergara. And for the last question for talk number 4. Right, I think it was addressed earlier by Dr. Vergara, but we would like to hear from the perspective from DepEd. So, what do you do with the students enrolled in PE who have health concerns and cannot perform or participate in the practical activities or exercise?
Yeah,
I believe it was a question raised to Dr. Byong earlier. Yeah.
I think that's a good question. In fact, I mentioned earlier about the instructional strategy, a differentiated instruction, because even if a particular learner has a health concern, but that doesn't mean that hindi na siya pwedeng mag-participate in the different physical activities. Perhaps a teacher should be able to to take initiative kung ano yung pwedeng gawin ng isang bata na kaya lang ng isang bata, no? So it's really up on the creativity and innovative idea of the teacher. But the bottom line here, the idea here is kahit may health concern ang isang bata, ang isang learner, wag natin siyang i-deprive pa rin to participate in the different physical activity. Kung ano lang yung kaya ng bata, who knows, that kind of physical activity will help alleviate whatever health concerns a particular learner experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jerry F. Krausus. So, and to award the certificate, no, for our speakers, may I call in Assistant Professor Vianalu L. Carbonell.
Thank you, Sir Leo. Let me read the citation. Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, College of Education, Department of Physical Education presents this Certificate of Recognition to Dr. Lordinio A. Vergara for sharing his time, knowledge, and wisdom as resource speaker in the webinar on Physical Education Curriculum Standards, Designs and Strategies for Higher Education Institutions, and Department of Education during the new normal, given this 15th day of April 2021, signed by the Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Amelia T. Puan, and the Institute Chancellor, Dr. Sukarno D. Tanggol. With the same citation, Certificate of Recognition is given to Mr. Jerry F. Krausus, given this 15th day of April 2021, signed by the Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Amelia T. Buwan, and the Institute Chancellor, Dr. Sukarno D. Tanggol. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Sister Professor Vianalu. Right, to inspire us more, let us hear a message from our dynamic dean in the College of Education, Professor Dr. Amelia T. Buwan. Doc Ami.
Good afternoon, everyone. My respect to all the invited speakers. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. To all our dear participants, good afternoon. Mayong hapon, magandang hapon sa lahat. I know that we have a lot of participants today from all over the country. And we are gathered here as a community of learners because we are challenged not only to protect our health, but also to adapt the highly evolving teaching methods in the pursuit of quality learning. We know that this time we will not go back to the old normal of teaching. We know that it's not going to be easy for all of us, but we really need to find a reason to move forward. So despite the new challenges, PE educators like you is determined to continually work as a community to pursue quality, equity, addressing equity, and flexibility in education. Today, we have discussed very important topics. The topics on curriculum planning, development, implementation, and evaluation in the new normal by Dr. Byung. The guidelines for higher education institution in the implementation of flexible learning, soon to be Dr. Rose May Lumakan. We have discussed also the curriculum standards, design, and strategies for higher education institution by Dr. Vergara. Thank you very much for spending time with us. We have heard Dr. Jerry Krausus discussing the physical education designs and strategies in DepEd. So this afternoon, we have discussed what CHED is talking about and the experts in the curriculum like Dr. Vergara. And you also mentioned my classmate, Dr. Stella. Please extend my regards to her. And also DepEd is also discussing on how do we implement this in the basic education curriculum. So meeting the standards of how we train our future teachers on physical education and how it is implemented in a real classroom, a basic education curriculum in DepEd is really a good discussion on what we have done today. And I've learned that the message of all the topic is we want to tell our students that we will value physical activities because it is said that a sound body is the product of sound mind. And it is also being emphasized that as PE educators, we must address also on how to develop the 21st century skills because the exit points of the standards of CHED as well as DepEd is we will produce a 21st century Filipinos, that these Filipinos, our students, must be creative, can communicate well, solve problems, and critical thinkers. So therefore, we need you, we need everyone, a community of learning like this, discussing important topics to support teachers in adapting to the new normal of teaching and learning is very, very relevant. This community, you the different TIs who are here, or the different universities and colleges who are here, we will going to reflect upon the success of addressing the challenges of what we are facing now in flexible learning modality, and how do we address the standards set by CHED. The reason we are here because we want to learn together to improve the things that didn't work and celebrate the things that work in our university. I guess for today, MSU-IIT and PNU have shared their best practice. Maybe by next session, we want to hear also the best practices done by other universities. So therefore, this is not the end of this webinar. We still want to work with you, exploring the good practice and pedagogies in teaching the new normal, aligning to CHED standards as well as DepEd. MSU-IIT College of Education, with the Department of Physical Education, will continue to organize activities like this. We want to work with you on identifying, before maybe the webinar will end, you will fill up the evaluation form. Please fill up the evaluation form honestly, because based on that response, we want to identify relevant topics as we continue working with you in choosing relevant, engaging, make you an active participants. Let us connect each other and plan a holistic, maybe professional development that we could learn each other and grow based on our experience with our learners. So thank you very much for the whole day that you are listening to our webinar today. I know some of you are listening, but I know that some of you are active, doing active listening, putting some notes, and then reflecting on how could I improve my practice after this webinar. With this, as a community, MSU-IIT is also very active on international community like ACPES. I would like to advertise that MSU-IIT College of Education will co-host the 7th ASEAN Council of Physical Education and Sports, the ACPES conference, which will be hosted by NAE, Singapore. We want you to join us on that conference this coming June 9 to 11. We encourage you to submit papers and let us discuss more on how do we improve ourselves as a community, improving our practice, as well as exploring new pedagogies in this new normal. So with this, thank you very much. And I would like to congratulate the Department of Physical Education team of MSU-IIT College of Education. Great job, and keep doing, organizing webinar like this one. Congratulations, everyone, and thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Ami, and thanks also for the reminders about the incoming ACPES. Right. Okay, to officially close this webinar, but a reminder to everyone, after the closing remarks, please stand by for our photo op on this webinar session. All right. Again, to officially close this webinar session, may I call in our very active chairperson of the Department of Physical Education, ladies and gentlemen, Assistant Professor Rovi Gretchel P. Bukad.
On behalf of the members of the organizing committee, I would like to congratulate you all, our dear participants, for attending this webinar on physical education, curriculum standards, designs, and strategies for higher education institutions and Department of Education. Like you, we also have our own struggles in delivering our instruction and implementation of flexible learning in the new normal. This is one of the reasons why we initiated this webinar to enrich all physical educators through sharing of the appropriate practices that you may adopt from our university or from Philippine Normal University. Another reason is to update you of the curriculum standards, designs, and implementation in this new normal through the help of the Commission on Higher Education and Department of Education. We know that most of us teachers in physical education, if not all, need to be informed of what is appropriate in terms of delivering instruction in our field in this time of pandemic. Furthermore, we are incredibly grateful for the positive and heartwarming notes, comments, and suggestions you have for us for our improvement. We hope that you will continue to support our programs, and we hope to see you again in our future endeavors. I would like also to extend our gratitude to our speakers, Professor Dr. Corazon P. Biong of Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, Ms. Rose May T. Lumasag, Education Supervisor of Commission on Higher Education Region 10, Professor Dr. Lordinio A. Vergara, Vice President for University Relations and Advancement of Philippine Normal University, and Mr. Jerry F. Krausus, Supervising Education Program Specialist of Bureau of Curriculum Development, Department of Education, Central Office, for spending your time with us today. Lastly, big thanks to our MSU-IIT administrators, Dr. Amelia Tibuan, Dean of the College of Education, Professor Dr. Marie Joy D. Banawa, Vice Chancellor for Student Services, Dr. Franco G. Teves, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and to Dr. Sukarno D. Tanggol, our Chancellor. Thank you very much for supporting this activity, Ma'am and Sir. Again, thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you so much, Assistant Professor Viga Chalbi Bukad. Okay, requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras for our official photo op. We have two slides. All right. Kindly switch on your cameras now for our official photo op. May iba dito na nasa ibang planeta na ngayon. So, okay, right. Your cameras, please. Okay, ready? Okay. And how about the students? Okay. All right. All right. Let's have a photo op. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay. First slide.
Sir Ace.
Unfortunately, you have to smile every slides.
Sir Ace, we need to allow the
Okay, second slide.
Sir,
1, 2, 3, big smile.
Sir Ace.
Right.
Sir
We have
Ace.
5 more.
Sir Ace, we need to allow them to turn on their camera.
Okay, for a while because the security here is very strict, so we have to open. All right. Okay, we can see a lot of faces now. Beautiful and handsome Filipino faces. All right. Okay. Okay. Once again. A smile, big smile. Slide number 1. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Copy and save. Second slide. 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay. Third slide. One, two, three, smile.
Wala ko naka-on cam.
Iba sa atin, nasa San Francisco na ngayon, no? Nasa San Francisco. Alright. Next slide is 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, open your cameras ha, para makita lahat. Hindi maka-access pala yung iba, no? Right, 1, 2, 3, smile. And the last slide. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Alright, so, okay, one more pa daw.
Sa balik.
Okay, for the slide number 1, speakers and the other students. All right, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. God bless and take care. Bye.
Thank you. Congratulations.